I am speaking. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. If you haven't figured out by now, one of the things we're going to be talking about tonight is Jasmine Crockett. Let's see, how can I put my foot in my mouth today and look like a slave while I'm doing it? For those of you who have been living under a rock, Jasmine Crockett said some really dumb shit a couple days ago, and well, let's just get to it. Here's the dumb shit that she said.
The idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had during the midst of COVID. That was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us, because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime, because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Okay. She doesn't know what $5,000 would do for the average American. What's going on, Snowman?
Wow.
She has no idea what $5,000 could do for the average American. Here's what you need to keep in mind.
Yes, sir.
The average American now can't afford a $400 emergency.
I would happen to be one of those Americans who can't right now, given my situation.
The average American cannot afford a $400 emergency. But
nope.
Somehow she thinks that she doesn't understand how $5,000 could help normal day Americans. And believe it or not, I don't have to do too much bashing of Jasmine Crockett, because
she does it herself.
Well, no, quite frankly, everybody else is doing it. Half of the TikToks I favored, half of our For You page is of people her bashing her.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
And
stay off the weed.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna get to.
You can't make this shit up.
I'm gonna get to Stephen A in a minute. I got some clips to play of him. Some good clips.
You can't make this up.
But yeah, she says I don't think I'm not for Trump giving people a $5,000 stimulus. And what can y'all do with $5,000? Well, I guess when you're worth $9 million, I
Wait,
guess
wait,
five
wait, wait,
thousand
wait, wait,
dollars
wait,
isn't
wait.
that much
Back
money
up,
for you.
back
Yep.
up.
Yep.
I'm gonna hurt my ears
Mm-hmm.
because while she was putting her foot in her mouth, I missed what she said. I got it from your reaction, but you know me. I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna hate. I'm gonna hate this request in the morning. But give me the receipt.
Oh, you
Uh,
want me to play it again?
just that part.
Uh, let me see.
Forgive me, gentlemen. I know I'm committing a very mortal sin, but
Mm-hmm.
I am.
The idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had during the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Now that's some bullshit.
Yes, indeed, it is.
Now
That.
that's bullshit.
Yep. Total bullshit. She don't understand what Americans could do with $5,000.
Does
This.
she even realize what the bulk of people in this country can do with an extra $5,000? If
They could
if
probably
she
move twice.
even remotely remembers
Mm-hmm.
what 1,200 a piece per member of family household did for people 3 years ago, 4
Yeah.
years ago,
Mm-hmm.
right around this same time of year, then what the hell do you think $5,000 per taxpayer can mean to a lot of people?
Yeah. That's why I made this graphic. Let's see. How can I put my foot in my mouth today and look like a slave while I'm doing it?
And the way you have that placed is perfect. 2 reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One, it's in a place where nothing exists.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, nothing exists on the inside
That's true. That is true. Because it does look like she's thinking, don't it?
or on the outside.
But yeah, she's
Because
the crash.
there's no God, I'm gonna hate making this joke, but I won't hate myself. There's no edge there.
Oh. Oh, let me pull that back up. Let's see here.
Look carefully.
Oh shit, there is no edge there. Oh. And in all fairness, I've heard other chicks point out that that's a weave, but yeah, I didn't even pay attention to that.
I
Hold
was
on.
hoping you'd catch that. Jeez.
But they be going in on Jasmine Crockett on TikTok all day.
You got some good ones for me tonight, right?
Oh, that's an understatement.
Oh, no.
In fact, we're just going to get started with that right now.
Yes,
by the way, I have 14
please.
watching. Y'all like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit my Super Chat, support the show. Let's get into the fun.
And the sound effect tax is in effect tonight.
Unless you're ready to buy me something, I don't just give my number out. We wasn't even trying to get it.
Yeah, I know this caution sign ain't come to life and try and reject it.
Right, we thought you worked here, Kill Bill.
In here dressed like a yellow Power Ranger.
In here looking like a motor banana, black skin, yellow ass outfit.
Hey, look, it's your cousin. The 40% off sign.
It's a lame ass. In here looking like a retarded golden retriever. Go fetch.
You look like when you get up in the morning, you scream out, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Your theme song when you wake up is I'm walking on sunshine. Oh, and I'm trying to feel good. Head ass. Wow. Who dressed you? Your blind auntie?
Look, I'm just like her. I'm Cinderella.
But I would never wear that dress though. Out here looking like a 2005 pencil. I paid $100 for
First of all, somebody need to tell her to take that poodle off her damn head.
As I said a few moments ago,
Nothing
resides inside and nothing resides outside.
Give it back.
I already have one.
This is pretty much Gen Z in a nutshell.
Couldn't afford it anymore. Bye. Wait, I already got one of those. Wait.
You still got the graphic up, dude.
I already have one.
Huh?
You still got the graphic up.
Oh, sorry. My bad. But
I was just
but no, I'll replay this.
the last one.
But this is Gen Z in a nutshell.
I have to give her back. She's too expensive. Hey, don't take backsies.
Take it back.
What are you guys doing here?
I can't afford her. I'm bringing her back.
No. I've already had my share of her. And look, I got this one too. Hey, wait a minute. I'm coming with you.
Where are you taking me?
Back to your mom's. I can't afford you.
No refunds.
Oh my god.
Hello, please take her back. She love money too much.
Oh, no. I have one of those. Come back here.
If BGS come up, I'll show him that one.
Okay.
A $5,000 stimulus check.
Yeah, it's not worth watching.
This is why the Democrats lost. So that being so aloof and unaware of what the typical American values and what they find important and what would actually have impact on their day-to-day lives, that disconnect is why that entire campaign plummeted. It's why it literally tanked. When
Pretty much.
you and everyone around you is so disconnected from real life and don't even understand how much value $5,000 has for the average American. There's no way you can make good decisions for them. There's also no way that you can really connect with them and have a heartfelt interaction. It makes it where people literally feel like you are the haves and they are the have-nots. But like I said, I don't know, with the Democrats, if they do want to regain some type of I don't know. I don't even know what they would be trying to regain at this point, because they really made a lot of poor decisions and they're continuing to make poor decisions every day. But I would definitely say finding some humanity is going to be a positive step forward, because even Trump considering, the fact that he considered doing this for the American people gives him so many points with so many people.
There's
It's
no
the
lie there.
consideration, the thought. And the fact that Jasmine didn't even give it the thought and said, I don't even know what it'll do for you if you end up losing your job. A lot of people lost their jobs already. The fact that she doesn't realize that so many people are unemployed right now, not even counting the fake unemployment of the federal workers. Like, people were already massively unemployed in multiple sectors of America.
Yeah.
And she didn't even realize that.
The Bible says it's better to live alone in the corner of an attic, or some translations say in the corner of a roof.
Yep.
In the rain, in the hail, in the lightning, and the thunder, than live with a quarrelsome wife in a lovely home. Girl.
Yes, ma'am. She is not wrong.
She is not wrong at all.
Yo, is it me or is Jasmine Crockett looking very presidential?
It's you.
I'm just putting.
No, that's just you. That's just you.
It's play that again, because I have a response for that.
Yo, is it me or is Jasmine Crockett looking very presidential?
Stop the cap.
Are you kidding me?
He did what? He molded my wife to please me.
She's not a seasoned woman. She don't.
Jasmine Crockett said on The Breakfast Club that fact that she is rooting for Canada and Mexico is wild. You all got mad at me when I said the Democratic Party lost the last presidential election because it has become increasingly anti-American.
Yep.
But this is a perfect example why. A U.S. representative, an elected official, openly admitting that she's not rooting for America or Americans. How does that make sense? Look, as a regular person, you want to root for other countries, do what you want. Just know if you belong to a certain party, it is a reflection of that party, okay? But if you're an elected official, your job is to put America first and Americans first, not Canada, not Mexico, just because you don't like Trump or the right.
These results were prepared by DNA Diagnostics, and they read as follows.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, no. Because there are two candidates. Wait for it.
Jerome, why don't you take a stand right in the middle of the aisleway? We don't want, we know this can be emotional. Let's all just try to keep calm. In the case of Lima versus Scott Anderson, as to whether Mr. Scott is the father of 1-year-old Christina. Mr. Scott, you are not her father. Pertaining to whether Mr. Anderson is the father of 1-year-old Christina. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are not her father.
Yipe. Gulp.
Shout out to Ludacris. How could I say this? Ho, use a ho, use a ho. I said that use a ho.
Or my version.
Or
my version.
Use a troll. Use a troll. Use a troll. I said that use a troll.
Yep. Yeah, he did dodge the bullet. But I gotta get.
He dodged the howitzer.
A manly man voting Democrat.
Let me make sure I understand.
I'll come back to that simp later.
Do y'all know how rare it is to meet a man and you can go over his house and he got a bed? I'm going back over.
Well, that actually just shows the level.
Did I miss something?
No, you didn't miss anything. That's the level. That's the only man she can get. You didn't miss anything. And what did you say about Jasmine Crockett?
Nothing inside, nothing outside.
But what did you say about a certain body part of hers?
Oh, you mean lack of a brain?
Yeah, lack of a brain and lack of edges.
Mm-hmm.
Over at the White
Oh,
House today.
I just
I don't
happened to
care.
turn to my
He got
right
air
and I see
conditioning.
this.
He got Wi-Fi, and he got a king-size bed. I'm talking about I was able to sleep. Nobody popped up. He was in the living room on the phone, and I was.
So, what she's basically telling you is, she dates homosexuals.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, watch this.
Oh no.
Whoa! Yeah! Dude, how many are down there?
Oh, this is an epic fail. Oh boy. Went straight down there too.
See ya.
Dude, how many are down there?
Should have secured the phone first.
Yes, indeedy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What's the
he's
old
back.
commercial? Phone first.
Skinny.
Mm-hmm.
And she's here to prove to
Oh yeah, this is the big bag that wanted to sue lift.
us that she could have fit
Oh
in that
no.
small compact SUV by showing, car, excuse me, by showing us she can fit in the
Shout out to
small,
this sister. Wait for it. Wait for it.
SUV.
Y'all.
Okay.
And y'all hit the Cash App and support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. The big back tax is in effect.
Now here she is,
no.
snuggled in tightly.
Oh no.
I mean, she looks cozy,
no.
doesn't she? I mean, she's in there. I mean, she's definitely in there.
Mm-hmm.
Into the
No,
small
wait for it.
SUV.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Mm-hmm. This is her. Okay. All right. But she's trying to prove to us that she can fit. Now, let me show you the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all not see the...
Oh man, y'all better hit my Cash App for that alone.
Wait. And y'all better hit my sound effect tax for this. My sound effect tax for this one.
Look, my eyes ain't the greatest, but even I can see that lean, man.
This is a literal definition of what I'm about to play.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of your favorites.
Oh yeah.
That's a literal. I gotta get that sound without the audience. Now,
wait a minute. Shout out.
I know I've had my heavy days.
Mm-hmm.
I've had my heavy days.
God
knows I have. But not even I can produce that.
Let's see. I have nothing to hide. I'm probably around 211-ish right now. At my heaviest, I was probably around about 340.
You're better than me. I was over 5 at my heaviest.
340. This chick currently outweighs me by 300 plus pounds.
I'm glad I never got to that level.
She's over 540. And you know they're big.
All types of blue hell.
At 5'2", and you know it's bad when you see the fat hanging off the knee.
You better play your sound.
Oh yeah. This is for McDrama Bear. I think. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Media. Let's scroll all the way down here. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. You better thank your donors. But look at that gangster lean. Look at that gangster.
You beat me to it. Gangster lean my ass.
The gangster lean. Look at this. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not see the gangster lean? But she wants us to believe that it would have been okay for her to get inside that man's car. Pay attention.
God.
It Shocks is
You can't make this shit
screaming.
up.
You hear me? Screaming.
Okay. I got to couple it with this
Ladies
too.
and gentlemen, look who's back.
We really can't make this shit up. I'll save you the trouble from going back to her video, and I'll play her video. She's definitely right. You don't have to make it up because it's fucking real, right? I see black creators that are like MAGA. I don't even believe like most of them. I feel like it's an easy way to likes and views, right? If you're a black creator and you don't know what to do, just pretend you're MAGA, right? Because every MAGA person will follow you, right? Because it makes them feel like, hey, look, I'm actually not a racist, right? I follow 6 black creators on TikTok because they support Donald Trump too, right? They must be smart, right?
Yes, white liberals are shitty people.
When every MAGA person
But this is just about to roast the fuck out of them.
is a fucking idiot, right? Whether you're white, black, brown, green, whatever, right? If you follow Donald Trump, you're a fucking moron. And then every group, I guess, has its morons, right? So that's why like 7% of black people voted for
Yeah, like you. Every group has its morons.
Donald Trump. That's the group of morons. So they exist too, I guess.
Okay, everybody, meet Aaron. Aaron wanted our attention, so we're going to give it to him. Hey, Aaron, I'm one of that 7% that you said was a moron. So you know what? You know what's fucked up, Aaron? And you know what makes people like you very dangerous? Is you pretend to be on our side until we don't agree with you.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're the closet racist. You're the one that needs to just come on out the closet and let the world know how you really feel. I find it to be interesting that you blue bracelet wearing white liberals, you guys are the very people who say, oh, we're your ally. No. You're our ally until we disagree with you.
Pretty much.
See, you called me a moron, but you don't have the intellectual capacity to even understand why I would never align myself with a motherfucker like you. See how that works? You're the problem. You, and the people like you. You are the problem. You seem to think that us, follow Donald Trump. No, I don't follow Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump. I don't even agree with all the things that Donald Trump does, but that's neither here nor there. I agree with most of the things, but what I will tell you is I disagree with everything y'all talking about. I don't agree with none of the shit y'all over there doing. So guess what? I'm not going to be voting that way because I don't agree with none of that bullshit y'all got going on over there, okay? I don't believe in sucking life out of people's bodies. See how that works? Ooh. Therefore, you vote along the lines with the things that you agree with. It ain't got nothing to do with the person. The person is just the head of the front, the face at that point. Guess what? In 4 years, it'll be somebody different. And if I don't agree with them, I won't be voting for them. You see how that works? Because I can do that. But you seem to think that you need to interject your whole 129 followers into some bullshit that ain't got nothing to do with you. You seem to want to tell us what we should or shouldn't be thinking or what we should and shouldn't be doing because you don't agree with it. You're dangerous. I keep telling people, you white liberals are dangerous. You lie to everyone's face. You interject your white ass into this melanated business when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're the actual racist. You know why I know you're the racist? Because you called the 7% of us who disagree with you morons. You know who used to do that? The slave master. He did the
Yeah, it makes sense. He's rooting for the slave master's party. Oops, did I say that out loud?
same thing. Those of us who push back and reject it and say, get the fuck on, we're not going to do this. Oh, they tried to break us. That's what you do.
Yep.
This is going to ruffle some feathers, and I'm okay with it because this is the truth. If you have been laid off in the past week or two, even the past.
If the world #1 tennis player,
I don't buy it.
Okay, you know that Serena Williams admits that she would be beaten by.
Do I need to say it? Do I need to say it on the one on the left next to Piers Morgan? Do I really need to say it? Transformers. But listen to her delusion.
Are the top 1,000 men in the world at tennis, right? You know that, do you?
No, I did not.
You did not know that. So
Okay, where's the? Can
you
you
don't
show me
know
the
that.
receipts? Can
You
y'all
don't know
show?
why men and women get
Can y'all
separated
show me the
Olympics.
receipts? I would like to read those receipts.
Both Serena and Venus Williams lost.
Are you waving them? Are you waving them around?
What?
You can look it up to the 203rd ranked male player. He drank in between sets, smoked in between sets, and played 18 holes of golf before, and admitted that he played like a 600 male ranked player. And they lost in a blowout, and they are phenoms, the best of the best. No other woman for a while even could come close.
Now, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Venus and Serena Williams got their asses handed to them by a dude ranked 200th in tennis. Venus and Serena Williams.
Mm-hmm.
The two best female tennis players on the planet. But we got these knuckleheads that want to put dudes in female sports. Let's continue.
Here, give me this button.
Close to them, and they got beat by a man. Let me repeat it. In a blowout, the 203rd ranked male player who admitted he played like a 600 ranked player, drank, smoked between sets, and played 18 holes of golf.
Blossom, just to be clear, would you want the American Olympics, the LA Olympics, would you want them to be gender? If the world #1 tennis player,
I don't buy it.
Okay, you know that Serena Williams admits that she would be beaten by the top 1,000 men in the world at tennis, right? You know that, do you?
No, she's just
No.
You know what has to be the funniest thing ever about Black women right now is that they tell us that we're supposed to be strong, independent, free thinking, have our own thoughts, all of that. Until you want to think about being a Republican.
Stop. Time out. This says holophone. Where's my flag? Penalty flag on the field.
Wait, let her finish.
Okay.
And that is not allowed. They're like that. You can think about everything else. You can even think about not being a woman anymore. You can think about being a dude. You can totally decide that you are a dude, but don't you dare decide that you are a Republican. That is not allowed.
It isn't.
But I'm free to think about everything else. I can think about being a CEO of all types of companies, and I can even be like the girl who over in Pakistan or whatever right now decided she was a Pakistan.
Actually, she's not in Pakistan anymore. She's in Dubai now. Still talking crazy. Still talking crazy.
And this is how I know that the Democrats are absolutely off their rocker right now that Trump won. I have seen literal arguments in comment sections of Democrats saying, well, prices are still crazy high. Trump's doing nothing about it, which, by the way, is just wrong. He's signed multiple executive orders between drilling and a national emergency, a declaration of price decrease, cutting out wasteful spending, which saves our tax dollars, potentially throwing out stimulus checks for tax refunds. He's already doing things and we're a month in. But no, price of eggs and prices of homes and none of that has decreased yet, right? Because he's only been in office a month. And there are Democrats saying, see, we told you. He doesn't care about the economy. He's not going to do anything. See, prices are expensive. Thanks, Trump. I literally saw someone do a grocery shopping haul and then say this was all $240. Thanks, President Trump. Where have you been the last 4 years? Because first of all, this is coming from the same party that said two things. One, the president doesn't affect prices. Do you guys remember when you said that? For 4 years when we screamed at you that prices were skyrocketing, a 500% price increase on every single good in America, you guys said the president doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember that.
All that being true. Yep. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Winnie. That's what happened.
Oh. Well, now we're going to get to a little fun here.
Winnie, that's what happened.
Actually, we're going to start with Stephen A. Smith for a specific reason because, Democrats are doing so bad.
He's calling them out.
No, they're doing so bad. They consider him to be their next candidate for president.
What?
Hear it for yourself.
Hilarious. Fat chance in hell that happens.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Voting time to. Welcome back to the Stephen A. Smith Show right here over the digital airwaves of YouTube and, of course, iHeartRadio. Let me switch to a subject near and dear to my heart. Me. Because, once again, I'm in the news. And you would think it would be about something else other than what I'm in the news for. But one thing
Not
after
the
another
case.
has appeared. I had a couple of articles that I had to pay attention to this week. And there is no way around this. So I'm going to tackle it with the fervor that it deserves and let you know what I'm thinking. The Daily Beast last week wrote the headline is Top Dem, a lot to like about Stephen A. Smith's presidential bid. That is House Minority Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, who I hope will.
Oh, Hakeem. Wait a minute. Hakeem Jeffries. Where have I heard that name before?
Yeah.
Where have I heard that name before? Let's see. Hakeem Jeffries. I'm trying to think.
It's
Where have I?
kind of escaping me right now.
It sounds familiar. Oh, right, this guy. Oh, wait a minute, wrong video. But,
Try again.
This guy.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government.
It equals
What
you have
leverage
no
do we
leverage,
have?
fool.
What
Why are you
leverage do
crying
we
about it?
have? What leverage do we have?
Oh, yeah, that guy. Anyway, let's continue. By the way, I got 23 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Will be on this show in the very near future. Another article came out this weekend by The New Yorker. Headline, Stephen A. Smith for president. NewYorker.com. Check it out. I must admit, I got on like a lavender blazer with a lavender shirt and a purple tie. I was looking pretty fly, if I should say so myself. I just want to throw that out there. Okay? And now the latest is courtesy of TMZ. Now, mind you, USA Today, Washington Post, various other publications have written about this as well. Stephen A. Smith, I am not running for U.S. president. This is when TMZ caught me coming out of a Shannon Sharp's party in New Orleans during Super Bowl week. And I guess they ran this recently. And I wanted to go there because I wanted to make sure that I put this to bed once and for all. I have no intentions of running for the presidency of the United States of America. I do not believe I am an aficionado. I do not believe that my pockets are deep enough for me to ignore the financial strain that could potentially have on me, because obviously I earn more than the president of the United States right now. He makes about $400,000 a year. That position there is. Senate and congressional figures make anywhere from $170,000 to $270,000 a year. Needless to say, I make more money than that. And so I'm not really interested on that level. But here's a reason why, while being honest about having zero desire whatsoever to be a politician, because I consider them beggars, donors, campaign donations.
Yeah, pretty much, but wait for it. And what's going on, Jesse?
Sponsors and, political figures. And even when you get into office, you got to curry favor with politicians to get legislation pushed through and all of this other stuff. I mean, it's just no peace in my life. Plus, it's giving you a license because I'm asking to legislate the lives of 350 plus American citizens. That gives you a license to get into my personal business, that I don't want you in that. All of that's true. But there's a reason that while saying what I've said and meaning it, I've often said, even in a half joking way, if the American people wanted me to be the president of the United States and I knew that I had a really, really good shot to win, I can't deny that it's something I would consider. Let me tell you why I say that. Because I think our system sucks. I think the binary system that we're in, where we have to choose between the Democrats or the Republicans, is a joke. I think it just
1 second. Thank you, Jules, for the Cash App. And you get a... Come on now. You get a... Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors. Let's continue. He's about to go in.
dissuades a vast majority of American citizens from wanting to be a part of the political process. And I think that something needs to be done about it in order to bring America back to where it should have always been. Ladies and gentlemen, I cover sports for a living.
True.
Griff, Sherry, Rashawn, everybody listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. It's very, very, very important. Because I know, like I told America before, I've got a bunch of liberals working for me. Some are closet Republicans. They don't want to admit it, but it's true. We got a bunch of liberals working for me in the whole bit. Let me be very, very clear about where I stand. Wes, you need to listen to, damn it. You got a family. Listen to me. Listen when I'm talking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I cover sports for a living. I like competition. I want legitimate competition between the Republican and the Democratic Party over your ideas of what the country should be and how we can get it there. I hate it when the left, because I firmly believe they politicized a whole bunch of legal stuff against Donald Trump. I'm not questioning the legitimacy or lack thereof. I don't know. You got the 11,000 votes he was seeking in Georgia. You got the 34 felony convictions he received in New York. Some people said it's hush money. Others said, what's the difference between that and an NDA? Damn it, the man cooked up with a porn star and didn't want anybody to know before the election. Oh, my God, stop the presses. John Edwards got loose as a Democratic nominee or a Democratic candidate when he was running for the presidency. He didn't want people to know. I'm quite sure he would have hit it if he could have gotten away with it. Gary Edwards did the same thing. You don't think Clinton tried to submerge?
Don't forget, I did not have sexual relations with that
woman.
Evidence against him with the whole Monica Lewinsky scandal. Come on. I think it was politicized to some degree anyway. And I hated that because what I was saying is beat him. Go back to the tapes. Griff, nod your head if I'm lying. I was saying beat him.
Yeah, they couldn't beat him. That was obvious.
Don't pussyfoot around. Don't depend on the legal system to wipe him out so you don't have to go against him in the polls. Beat him. What's one of the reasons I think he lost? I think he won because he was saying, you can't beat me. Mm-hmm. You're using this to get help because you can't beat me on your own. And sure enough,
facts, big facts.
Election day rolls around and the Democrats got their ass kicked.
No lies.
Mollywop. They didn't get their ass kicked. They got mollywop.
50% of the vote.
Got took to the woodshed.
49.8% he got. Kamala got 48.3. The man won 50 counties and went up in every one of them. Mm-hmm. He won all 6 or 7 swing states. The black vote, the Hispanic vote, the young voters all voted for him. He won. He won. Because we didn't want to engage in competition on the left. We were looking for the courts to help us. Now we fast forward. And what are we saying here? I'm reading an article right here. New York Times. I'm reading it right here. New York Times. Headline. Venting at Democrats and fearing Trump, liberal donors pull back cash. I'm going to read a couple of excerpts from here from you. The small dollar online spigot that powered opposition to the first Trump administration has slowed to a trickle as shaken liberal voters withhold their donations. Charitable foundations that have long supported causes like voting rights, LGBTQ equality, and immigrants' rights are pulling back the voting time to prepare for expected investigations from the Republican-led Congress. And some of the country's biggest liberal donors, have paused giving, frustrated with what they see as Democrats' lack of vision and worried about retaliation from a vengeful president. Some Democrats say a few of their reliable donors are now openly supporting Mr. Trump, or at least looking to curry favor with him. In another paragraph, it says, while Mr. Trump has not taken action against any liberal groups or lawmakers, Democrats worry his frequent threats of retribution during the campaign have led to a chilling effect on the charitable foundations and nonprofit advocacy groups that have long been pillars of the country's civil society. Jeff Skoll, a Silicon Valley billionaire and a longtime friend of Elon Musk, said there was an awful lot of pressure to side with Trump. This month, Mr. Skoll, who's donated tens of millions to Democratic candidates and causes in recent years, but said he did not vote in 2024 presidential election, posted a photo on social media of himself standing with Mr. Trump backstage at the inauguration. On Friday, he had breakfast in Palm Beach, Florida, with Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, where they discussed the prospect of Mr. Schumer's using Mr. Skoll to back channel ideas to the president. Mr. Schumer recalls the conversation differently, according to an aide, okay? But here's the biggest thing, and I'll stop the reading after this. Quote, there are people who are absolutely against Trump, never Trumpers, who fear that they'll be retaliated against and they'll have to leave the country, Mr. Skoll said. Folks who wish to oppose him, it may take some time before they gather up the courage. But listen to this. The result is a political environment that is strikingly different from 2017 when money poured into Democratic causes, fortifying existing organizations and seeding a flowering of new groups to fight different parts of Mr. Trump's agenda. Now, some of those same organizations are struggling to survive in part because few new major liberal donors have emerged since 2017. Groups that support LGBTQ rights, promote gender equity, and champion other progressive causes have cut staffing and announced that longtime leaders are leaving. End Citizens United, a left-leaning group that aims to overhaul campaign finance laws, laid off its 6 senior staff members last month as part of a restructuring. Run for Something, which works to elect liberal down-ballot candidates, laid off 35% of its staff late last year. And Gelsen, GLSEN, a group dedicated to protect the LGBTQ students, laid off 25 people last month. Let me tell y'all something. If you're the Democrats, that's why Stephen A. Smith is in the news. Because y'all don't have anybody.
Oh.
You don't have anybody. Who you got? Who you got? Kamala Harris better not run. She better not run. She's not going to win the presidency in 2028. Keep in mind, respect for her. I'm not going to disrespect the former vice president of the United States. I will never do that. But we got to be real about something here. When she ran for election, on her own, she couldn't make it to Iowa in 2020.
Nope.
She ultimately positions herself against the vice presidency. They win the election in 2020. Joe Biden is feeling himself after the liberals won the midterms. And instead of being a transitional president like he promised, the man backstabbed the Liberal Party and turned around and said, I'm staying. They wanted him out. So what did everybody, we all know this now. Boo Boo the Fool can see what happened now. You knew he had lost a step. We don't know what the hell was wrong with him, but clearly his fastball was gone. So you have no primary. You fix it so he doesn't have to face a primary. And then you put him on stage last June 27th for a debate. He embarrasses himself, and 3 weeks later, he has to bow out so Kamala Harris could come in as a Democratic nominee for the presidency of the United States of America at a time when they didn't have any time to put somebody else in to compete with her. You don't overcome that after losing the election. America ain't going to go for it on the left. They ain't going to go for it. Who else you got? Hakeem Jeffries? I personally support Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, but I don't know how much of a national figure he is. I already interviewed Josh Shapiro. And oh, by the way, to the Republicans listening out there, you're welcome to come on the Stephen A. Smith Show. I'm not one-sided. See, this is why my name is in the election. You hear me, Griff? You hear me, Wes? You hear me, Sherry? You hear me, Rashad? You hear me? The Stephen A. Smith team I'm talking to. That's why I'm in the news. I'm not in the news because I'm here. I'm in the news because the Democratic Party is here. Damn it, lower than that. Down at the bottom. They suck right now. Horrible. Because they don't have a voice.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell is the voice? And everybody want to sit up there and talk about, we don't need a voice. 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 Well, guess what? Somebody got to send the message. How the hell can somebody receive a message if there's no messenger?
Well,
you got to do it.
Well,
and they don't have anybody. That's why Stephen A. Smith is a candidate. Who the hell told y'all I'd want to be a Democrat? I have conservative ideas. I believe in free market capitalism. I believe in patrolling our borders. I believe in strong national security. But you are right. I'd probably be a Democrat, a moderate, a centrist leaning left. I'm about that Bill Clinton, Newt Gingrich agreement. I'm about that surplus when Clinton walked out of office. I'm about Obama deporting more than Trump did, but the American public didn't notice.
Oops. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Whoop. 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 That's right. Barack Obama deported 400, not for like 5 million immigrants. I gotta look at the number, but yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back, gentlemen. I gotta take care of something.
Somebody's beeping. For once, it ain't me.
Okay, I'm back. Got a little quiet. Oh, Snowman had to step out. Okay. Let's go back to this. Can y'all hear me?
I'm about a strong economy. I want Griff to get paid. I want Sherry to get paid. I want Galen to get paid. I want Rashawn to get paid. I just want to get paid too.
Mm-hmm.
You really, really think that Stephen A. Smith would tolerate crime in the streets to the point where you got to let 3 people in the store at a time? Do you know anything about me? Do you know what I would do as commander-in-chief if I saw crime raiding through our streets and it was affecting jobs and safety and ultimately the economy? Do you know who the hell you're talking to or listening to? Hell, Trump might not have anything on me. With that, I ain't having it. I ain't having it. So I'm just saying to y'all, that's why I'm a candidate. It ain't because I want to. It ain't because I'm some expert. It ain't because I'm some aficionado who's saying that I know more. You know how much I would have to learn? Hell, I don't even know how to pronounce most foreign dignitaries' names.
You know it's bad when they're trying to get Stephen A. Smith to run for president. I guess that's what happens when you don't have anybody on the bench. But anyway, let's look at Trump and Musk interview with Sean Hannity.
Maybe before you go to that,
Yeah.
did you play the? I don't know if you did it earlier on another show, but did you play Stephen A. versus James Carville?
Oh, yeah. We could do that right now because it is in the playlist. Here it is. Yeah, Stephen A. actually responded to James.
Yep.
Sure.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Correctional officers indicted.
I think they're really extraordinary, talented people. I got news for you, dude. That's
what you just saw me saying. That's when Carville evidently lost it, and he went on his Politicon podcast and had this personal message to give.
You don't have to play the whole
waste
thing.
a
I
second
think it's only about
delaying.
I think it's only about 12 minutes, and
We're going to
go
get started
to
with
other
Democratic
topics.
strategist James Carville, who felt the need.
Yeah, he's about to pay what Carville said.
To call me out on his Politicon podcast.
No, I'm saying I think they
week.
had what he said.
The
at
Raging
beginning.
Cajun, as he is affectionately
Yeah,
known,
he's about to play.
is apparently upset with my recent.
No, I'm saying I think they had what Stephen A. said. I think it goes what Stephen A. said, then James Carville, and then Stephen A.'s response.
Yeah, his response is after I watched the video.
Commentary where I have been critical of the state of the Democratic Party. To refresh y'all memory, because I'm here, they're talking some method. The con team.
it comes to politics. Okay, you know, I am a big Stephen A. Smith fan. I remember I saw him some years ago on TV. When it comes to politics, he don't know his from a hole in the ground. He's on that running his damn mouth about how he may have to run as a Democrat because there's nothing left of the Democratic Party. There's no talent. Stephen A., are you me? I mean, you say you're friends with Wes Moore and you say you're friends with Josh Shapiro. Well, I'm friends with both of them. I think they're really extraordinary, talented people. I got news for you, dude. There's 6 or 7 other people in the Democratic Party that are just that talented. So before you start running your mouth off.
Where? Anyway.
About politics, a topic of which you really don't know anything about, you ought to sit back and think about it and call some people and run it by them. So Stephen A., keep up your on sports. I enjoy it. I like it, but don't make a fool of yourself anymore and talking about politics.
What I find interesting about all of this is that a lot of what James Carville himself has been saying sounds a lot like what the hell I've been saying.
Pretty much.
But before I get into that, first order of business, sir, do you have to be so rude? You know, dropping F-bombs and
well, that's what happens when you're a cranky old butthurt blue Democrat.
Going off like that. I mean, I know that's your nature. I understand that, but let's just say 2 can do that, you know. I mean, if you really wanted to get raw, ain't nobody hiding from that. I could be that way. It's just that my mama taught me to respect my elders. And you are 80 years of age, if I remember correctly. And I'm trying to be respectful, so I'm not going to come at you the way that you came at me. I thought that was completely unnecessary. That's number 1. Number 2, I religiously say I'm no political aficionado. I religiously say I don't know politics like that. I read. I watch the news. I'm a conscientious observer. But I do have to ask you a question, Mr. James Carville, albeit rhetorically. You do know that you're talking to a voter, right? Could that be one of the reasons why y'all lost? Just a thought. Because you sound like one of those old curmudgeons that want things to stay or be the way that they used to be. And you're resentful.
And if you don't
harboring
know
an abundance of
what a
animosity.
curmudgeon is,
because
it means, if you don't know what a curmudgeon is, it means a cranky old man.
Yeah, he's a cranky old man. That's for sure.
You're not being heard. That's not Stephen A. Smith's fault, sir. That's that damn Democratic Party that I was talking about. You see, they shouldn't listen to me. Do you realize, James Carville, that means they shouldn't have listened to you either? Which makes no sense because we were both right. Because guess what? What I was saying is what you were saying. I saw you on Fox News. I saw you on CNN. I saw you on your podcast before the election. Where the hell you think I got some of the stuff from? When you were talking about the Democratic Party, I'm making that up. I'm making it up when you were lamenting their strategy. I'm making it up when I talked about Kamala Harris and not resonating with the audience. I'm making it up when I talked about woke culture. I'm making it up when I talked about they weren't focused on the right issues. I'm making that up. You didn't say any of those things? I tell you what, let's see the audience. Let's show the audience, rather, exactly what you said. I didn't say hear it. I said, let's show it to them so they can see your face. They know it's you. They know it's you, James Carville. This is you talking. Take a listen.
We have no legislative power. We have no executive power. We have no judicial power. So when you're out of power, you're an opposition party. And go and tell all of the people that are sending you and asking you for money, justify what you did, justify what you did wrong, and tell us what you're going to do different. Because what you've done ain't worth a shit. Get your head around that. And all of the Washington-based Democrats farting around, going to wine and cheese parties and talking about how misogynistic race, get your ass out of Washington and go work on a 2026 campaign and do penance to make up for your goddamn arrogance and stupidity. Well, we're going to say, we told you so. We told you this identity shit was disaster. We told you to get out in front of public safety issues. You didn't. We told you to have an open process and demonstrate the magnificent and staggering and deep talent that exists in the modern Democratic Party. You didn't. We told you to differentiate yourself from Biden. You didn't. I hate to be some fucking know-it-all, but all of these things are part of the record.
Where did I hear that before? I mean, did you hear him speaking, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear him speaking about woke culture? Did you hear him speaking about how you needed to separate yourself from Joe Biden? Did you hear him speaking about there was no problem?
Yep. They need to get away from woke culture. That's for damn sure. Let me see if we can find the video. Here it is. When you got stuff like this at your convention.
Hey, I am speaking.
Something. I'll take a bit of umbrage here. I'll speak on behalf of my colleagues. I think I can say we are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress.
So y'all serious about speaking and censoring the American people, huh?
So that's what they wanted. They want to shut us up. They serious about that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Lost that bald head broad that lost a goddamn
Where'd y'all hear
mind.
that before? Where'd you hear it before? Oh, you thought I was finished. I got more. I got more. Play the next clip of James Carville, please. Show them.
The first thing is somebody runs for Democratic nomination in 2028. The first thing that I want to hear out of their mouth is I'm taking our message everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean everywhere. I mean Joe Rogan, I mean Fox News, I mean Sunday morning shows, I mean everything. I'm proud of what we have to offer. I'm going to go out and promote it, and I'm going to go out and defend it, and I'm going to go out and attack them, and I'm going to do that all the time. Secondly, all of our events are going to be fun. There's going to be great music. There's going to be great comedians that are going to tell jokes before I come up. It's going to be an entirely different thing. We're dour. It's always somebody's in a pissy mood or somebody's just, and we're just not connecting. We're not connecting at all. And it's just going to require some discipline and it's going to require a change of attitude.
Just a little thought, Mr. James Carville. Are you sure you want to be the dude that's pointing out how the Democrats look so dour and always in a pissy mood? You sure you the right person that should deliver that message? Have you looked in the mirror? You saw yourself? You seen the way you talked about yourself? You see the way you disseminate a message? You don't look dour? You don't look down? You don't look enthusiastic? Come on now. Listen, sir, I respect you. And by the way, I appreciate your compliments about my sports career, my career in sports broadcasting, what have you. It's very kind of you. That part, very, very much so. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. And I feel the same way about your political career. It's the economy, stupid. Still one of the most famous lines in political history.
Yeah, it's the economy, stupid. Democrats forgot about that this election cycle.
Back in 1992 when Clinton was running for office before he won the presidency. I got it. I understand. I know who you are. I know you've got your chops. I get you. But respectfully, sir, there's a couple of things that you need to understand. Most voters out there aren't political aficionados. But just because they're not doesn't mean that they don't know their ass from a hole in the wall, as you described me. I saw inflation. I saw the economy not being what the Democrats purported it was. I saw crime in the street.
Oh, they were talking about how the economy was so great and how what a good job Joe Biden did as president. That's all you heard. How the economy was so great. My ass cheeks, but yeah. Oh crap.
Streets. I saw a crisis at our borders. I saw a president. But just because they're not doesn't mean that they don't know their ass from a hole in the wall, as you described me.
That's on Stephen A. Smith's channel. You can watch that later. Let's see, which one do I want to play first? Now, did y'all hear about the governor of Maine and their little spout with Donald Trump?
Yes, I seen it.
You know about the Transformers performing in female sports.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I said I seen it.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, somebody is going to try to defend her, with risking her state's funding over men and female sports. Somebody's actually going to try to defend her doing that.
Interesting.
Good luck.
Just a minute before I pull that up, this episode of Colosseum Night has been brought to you by the new faces of Jim Crow. They don't need blackface. Massa has us now. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show. Now, as I said before, somebody wanted to defend the governor of Maine, and here we go.
In a bipartisan meeting of governors, of course, twice impeached. In a bipartisan meeting of governors, of course, twice impeached, convicted criminal in chief Donald Trump sparred with Democratic Maine Governor Janet Mills over transgender women in sports. Look at this exchange.
2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order
banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. And it's
pretty much
just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But, they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce there, and it's 218 pounds or whatever, a lot. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned. And he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That will be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put a ban on it, and to protect women. I mean, the women. If you watch the Olympics, you had two transitioned people that were fighting in the women's boxing. They have women's boxing category, and if you saw that, it was brutal. What happened to the Italian woman was a really good boxer. After one punch, she said, no more. I've never been hit. It was a left. It was not even it was just a left jab. She got hit so hard, she said, I can't do it. They forced her to go out. No, go out again. You'll do it. Goes out again, gets hit again. No, that's it. She didn't want to die. And it's crazy, but the NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Here we go.
Well, are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
Maine is one of several states that define an executive order issued on February 5th, which prevents transgender athletes from competing in girls and women's sports. I must say, Zabora, that's how you punch a bully in the back. That's how you hit him back. We'll see you in court. And I'm glad she didn't waver and back down. I don't care whether you.
Yes, Roly Poly is defending this woman, holding up her state's funds because she wants to defend men being in women's sports.
Agree or disagree, if you're going to have Donald Trump stand there and be an asshole like that, guess what?
He's the president of the United States, dickhead.
You fire back and you don't back down from him.
No, for sure. You are not following any of.
That's how you treat your commander-in-chief? Really?
Of our Constitution. You are not listening to the people. You are just doing what you want to do.
Oh, boy. Can't make this shit up, man. Can't make this shit up. Because Trump's in office, you can disrespect the president now. Is that what they're saying? Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going back to TikTok. Let's see. Profile, favorites, and let me go on and pull that up for you guys so you can see it. And we're going to go to collections and we're going to look at some black female fuckery for fun.
Do y'all know how rare it is to meet a man and you can go over his house and he got a bed? I'm going back over that boy house
You heard that right, Jesse.
today. I don't care. He got air conditioning, he got Wi-Fi, and he got a king-size bed. I'm talking about I was able to sleep. Nobody popped up. He was in the living room on the phone. And
So basically, you're confessing you only date homosexuals.
I was in there. Sleep. What do you mean? I'm going back over there. Listen, do y'all know how rare it is to meet a man and you can
Do not point your finger at me.
Disrespect.
Do not point your finger at me. I'm grown as hell. I
Gotcha.
can disrespect whoever I want. And if it's you, I'ma do it.
No, you're
Put
not.
your finger down. Put your
First
finger
of all,
down.
no, you are not.
Oh my god.
Period.
You don't
Period.
even know me. You
And
don't
you
even
don't know me,
me.
apparently.
You don't, but you know the other four
But
daughters.
you don't know me,
Put your
apparently.
finger down, bro.
Okay,
Like,
I'll
put
let
it
you
down.
finish what you're
Put
saying.
it
Go ahead.
down. Put
So
it
what,
down.
what are the lies that you said? Here's the thing. She's telling you her story. She's not telling you the other side of that story.
What's the other side?
So the email that she's talking about was me sharing that I had a granddaughter. Hers.
You don't know her.
And
though.
her, okay.
What's her name?
She needs to stop.
How old is she?
I'm not going to
What
go
grade
back
is
and
she in?
forth. I'll
What's
let
her
you
favorite
finish.
color? What any? If that's your granddaughter, what is it that you know about her?
Oh,
What's her name?
gaslight.
Where does she live?
Are you done?
Do not point your finger at me.
She's a gaslighter.
Yep.
Okay, so I got you on camera. Please say it one more time, because ain't nobody gonna believe this. Why can't I get my house? Why can't I get my house?
Oh, classic. Mama straight up fucked up the credit.
That there was a eviction
In 2000, ma'am, I was born in 98. That would have made me 2 years old. So how do I have an eviction when I was 2?
I do understand that. There are just several factors that we look at here, and there, with the
Just say
eviction
his
and
mom
there's a
committed
reason
fraud.
Ma'am, I would have been 10 years old. Oh, wait, so me and my girlfriend trying to get a house so I can move out of my mama house. So I'm trying to see. So, mama, please explain to me. Please.
First and foremost, calm your voice down while we in this room here.
Well, mama,
Why
please
would I
explain
do?
to me
Why
how.
would I do that? Why would
You
I
were
do
my
that? I'm a man. My voice can get as loud as it want at this moment. Who are you to question me, old lady?
Got
The
an
one who
eviction.
ruined my
How
credit?
do I have an eviction when I was 2?
I don't think you understand, ma'am. And why you over here trying to judge me? And
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Man, good Lord. Has she
My mama
flipped the
keep
script?
calling me, asking me when I'm coming to get my kids. Monday, it's the weekend, baby. It's Friday. I'm going out tonight. I'm about to have me a good time. I'm about to have me a great weekend.
One good old neglect for mama right there.
Take care of them. She gonna tell me something. She had them all week, got them dressed and took them
All week.
all week. So, and you kept on telling me you wanted I want grandkids. I want grandkids. And now that I had 8 of them for you, you gonna tell me something. I
8?
didn't tell you that I was watching
This
all
fat
of them.
Attila the Hun had 8 gremlins? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why do
Attila the
men
Hun had
think
8
because you are
gremlins.
a man and you have an eggplant that I'm interested in you? No, sir, I'm not interested. No one better raise their hand. The answer is no. I'm not interested. Shocker. A woman can have standards and doesn't want to date a loser on TikTok that says raise your hand if you want to date her. Shocker. Why do men
Why do you think we care? Anyway.
We don't.
You crying over a man that'll spend 2.5 hours in the gym, creeping in every other woman's video, but he won't even take time to come and see his kids, take them to the park. Wake up!
Is that like a playlist?
Yep.
Okay, when you get done with the playlist, search for Judge Joe Brown, White House. We got to see our uncle turn up when you finish with your playlist.
Oh, okay. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Bottom left hand corner.
Right here?
Left side. No, but below that.
Right here? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Uncle Joe.
Go ahead, Judge.
So that was at the
That was at the
after party, after the event. There's another clip, but I mean that's good enough. I just want to see people that one of my favorite black men, masculine, proud, masculine, patriarchal black man, Judge Joe Brown, was turning up at the after party after the
Mhm.
event, you know. And I did see some fellow members of Kevin Samuels the Mix group that was in
Mhm.
attendance as well. So salute to them.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, shout out to Judge Joe Brown.
Scroll down real quick.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay, go in the middle right there, middle bottom.
Right here.
That's the one I saw. Yeah.
Judge get it in.
Go. All right, that was just fun. That's fun.
Mhm.
Fun
Yeah.
fun to see righteous brothers enjoying themselves at
Yeah.
the seat of power amongst the seat of power.
No doubt. Let's go back to my profile because I want to play this video. Oh,
What you
excuse
thought
me.
about that, AL?
Oh, sorry, I missed. I'm busy playing 2K, listening to y'all.
Oh, you
But
missed.
I seen Joe Brown cut a rug though. I saw that.
Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, this Build-A-Bear mom is
This
a character.
Build-A-Bear birthday party situation is getting out of control. I now have parents.
It's your fault, dumb heifer. Let me see. Find this video. Where's it at? Well, I'll just type in Build-A-Bear mom so y'all can get to the story, get the gist of this story.
So I'm the real Build-A-Bear mom. There's so many fakes going around. Look, the reason why I did what I did, and everything was on my dollar. I paid for everything. I paid these people's gas to.
Yeah, it's a fake.
This Build-A-Bear birthday party situation is getting out of control. I now have parents coming up to me in the school parking lot.
I'm only going to address this one. My name is Trish. I'm Sarah's mom. I was the Build-A-Bear mom. Everyone's asking me, oh, make a statement. But the statement is this: I paid for those bears. All right. I invited those children to give well wishes to my daughter. My daughter loves bears. What y'all don't know is that bears, I'm a 1/16th Cherokee, and the bears are very important in our culture. And so that's one of the reasons why, symbolically speaking, I wanted.
So yeah, basically she's a $5 Indian.
To have her to have all those bears with the well wishes. So the aunt that made the video slandered my name. First of all, slander. She decided that she wanted to just have her say, and then eventually afterwards, first of all, she asked me for $35, which is like, what, are you broke? Get a job, crazy. And then I said, that's fine. And she was like, no, I got it. And then she went and got her little niece another Build-A-Bear, and that's like, hey, that's beautiful, because that's the point. I paid for my daughter's bear. You pay for your niece's bear. I don't get what everybody's so worked up about. If I paid for it, it's mine. And it was for my daughter. So I hope that clears things up. I'm only going to address this once. My name is.
So here's the gist of the story. She had a party for her daughter at Build-A-Bear, and she invited like 7 or 8 other kids to this party. And they're at Build-A-Bear, and the kids are building a bear. So once these kids build their bear, this miserable heifer tells all the kids, now that you build your bears, give them all to my daughters, because give all the bears to my daughters because it's their birthday. Because it's her birthday. And do I need to explain what kind of clusterfuck that made? So that's the big controversy. And of course, the kids are distraught, and now they're picking on this little girl because they went to a birthday party and her mother made her give up all the things they made to give to that little girl. And it's a big controversy on TikTok. But anything else you brothers want to talk about?
Look like it's a light night tonight.
Yeah, it looks like it. I got 40 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Well, it is pretty early though, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it to talk about? Cash Patel has been confirmed.
Confirmed, yep.
And he put out a hit list of let me see, basically a hit list talking about people that are enemies to the president.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all take a look at that?
Not necessarily, but yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, it's pretty much a lot of people that was in the Trump administration. I mean, not the Trump administration. A lot of people that was in the Biden administration, including President Biden, former President Biden, and former Vice President Kamala Harris. It's called the Members of the Executive Branch Deep State. And it says this list only includes current and former executive branch officials and is not exhaustive. It does not, for example, include other corrupt actors of the first order, such as Congressman Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell. Members of Fusion GPS of Perkins Coy, Christopher Steele, Paul Ryan, and entire fake news mafia press corps, etc.
Yeah, I heard about Adam Schiff going around was crying up a storm because Cash Patel got confirmed.
Okay, they have some people that was under Trump that's on this list as well. Like I see, they have Miles Taylor, former DHS official under President Trump. They have Alexander Vindman, the former director for European Affairs on the NSC under President Trump. Christopher Wray, director of the FBI under Trump and Biden. And let's see, Sally Yates, former Deputy Attorney General under President Obama, and briefly the Acting Attorney General under President Trump. So yeah, they I guess they're going for his enemies at this point. Let's see what else is going on in the news.
You hear about Stacey Abrams?
Yeah, I talked about that on multiple shows.
Yeah, she's been embezzling some money.
$2 billion with a.
She had her hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
When did they not? From the mayor Dalton all the way to the mayor of New Orleans, down to her running for governor, shit, and all the judges ain't shit.
Do you think?
One thing I did.
Hold on, wait a minute, Jesse. Do you think Sharpton and Mike Dyson, Mike Dyson and Van Jones and Rowley, Carvel, etc., have ever had real jobs? Have they met a bottom line? Nope. No. Well, to be fair to Rowley, he did have a job at CNN for a little bit. But other than that, no, probably not.
Yep. So one thing I did want to say on the previous show that I forgot all about.
Just a second.
Was
just a second. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better Thank you, donors. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, so one thing I haven't seen anyone talked about, and I forgot about it yesterday, was Trump has fully endorsed Representative Byron Donalds for the governor race of Florida.
Yep, I saw that.
If elected, he would be the first black governor of Florida and the fourth black governor in the history of the United States of America.
Sounds good to me.
So shout out to him. He was also one of the first Tea Party members,
Mm-hmm.
the original Tea Party members within the Republican Party. So shout out to that good brother, and we wish him well on his gubernatorial race.
Mm-hmm. I do have some more breaking news. The turtle it will not be running for re-election in Kentucky.
Oh yeah. You talk about Mitch McConnell.
Yep, the turtle will not be running for re-election in 2026. So he's finally retired. That race is going to be interesting to see who replaces him. I wonder if it's going to be that black dude that tried to run for governor. Because he's supposed to be his underling. I can't think of his name, but
So I'm beginning to think that Mitch McConnell, he basically the writing on the wall. Like if Trump is gonna go forward with actually exposing these corrupt people. I see somebody put up say that Mitch McConnell's salary is $200,000, but he has a $95 million net worth.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett's salary is apparently $100,000, and she allegedly has a $9 million net worth, allegedly, and owns property.
Yeah, that sounds about right. One thing I would say, I don't think that the Republican Party would do this, but one thing the Republican Party could do that will flip black people to the Republican Party for a good 20 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody want to guess what that is?
Reparations?
Yep. I mean, I doubt it's going to happen, but hey, you never know.
Mm-hmm. You never know. Well, I've told progressives behind the scenes and on live air, you guys have a better shot of taking over the Republican Party than you do of taking over the Democrat Party. That's just the facts on the ground right now, unfortunately. And that's being straight up because I don't see the Democrat Party recovering from their bullshit. I could be wrong, but
Well, it's always ways to recover. It just depends on how the administration is. I mean, I think the first Trump administration was pretty decent until COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's really what kind of screwed up his chances for reelection.
Yeah, if it wasn't for COVID, Trump would have had a second term. Would have a second term, and we would have been on somebody else by now. But COVID happened, and Trump lost. It is what it is.
Spurring any major disasters in his presidency. I mean, they're looking pretty good for the most part.
Yep.
Especially since he's kept more campaign promises in a month than he did in his entire first term. So,
yep.
I think he only kept maybe about somewhere under 20. I don't know the exact count, but it's like probably like 10 or 15 campaign promises.
I know.
First one.
But yeah. I guess the turtle will poop in his diaper at home after 2026. I'm just saying. Or staring at the camera like that at home,
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what I want to play. Let's look at the Trump Hannity interview on Fox News. Just a second. I'm pulling it up. Okay, come on, YouTube. Stop playing around. All right, here we go.
So he's working for free with Doge. He's kind of put a lot of his life on hold. And you sued Twitter a number of years ago. You just made him pay you $10 million?
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Well,
That's
I sued from long before he had it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they really did a number on me, you know, and I sued and they had to pay, they paid $10 million settlement.
You're okay with that?
I mean, I left it up to the lawyers and you know, the team running Twitter. So I said, you guys do what you think is the right, it makes sense.
I think it's funny.
I think it's a very low, I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him a discount when the lawsuit.
He got a he got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
He's become one of your, if you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
You don't care about that.
I know. I love the president.
You love the president.
I think President Trump is a good man, and he's, you know.
That's nice the way he said that. You know, there's something nice about it.
It really is. You know, because I mean, the president's been so unfairly attacked in the media. It's really outrageous. And I've at this point spent a lot of time with the president, and not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or wrong. Not once.
You know, I've known him for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it?
Did I have a choice?
Well, you would say.
Yep, BGS said that he don't have a choice. He knew what he's getting into when he ran for the president the second time, and they threw everything they had at him, and they still lost.
That to me, I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it, and you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event. Yeah.
That speeded it up a little bit.
Yeah.
The day of the assassination.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I'm convinced that people only know a little bit about Elon. I don't think they know everything about Elon because as I studied and prepared for this interview, I learned a lot about you that I didn't know. I think people will think about Tesla. Democrats are demonizing you and trying to make the country hate you. I just want people to understand you a little bit better and the person that you've gotten to know and have now put a lot of trust in.
Yeah.
And, you know, just let's go over a little bit of your bio, starting with PayPal and how you became involved in Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink and all these.
A while. I mean, you know, I think the way to think of me is like I'm a technologist and I try to make technologies that improve the world and make life better.
Your shirt.
Yeah, and that's why I like my T-shirt says tech support because I'm here to provide the president with technology support. And now that may seem like, well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important thing because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. You know, so. If you take for example, all the funding for the migrant hotels, the president issued an executive order where, hey, we need to stop taking taxpayer money and paying for luxury hotels for illegal immigrants, which makes no sense. Like, so obviously people do not want their tax dollars going to fund high-end hotels for illegals. And yet they were still doing that, even as late as last week. And so, you know, we went in there and we're like, this is in violation of the presidential executive order. It needs to stop. So what we're doing here is one of the biggest functions of the Doge team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president for implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
No. You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware that the media and the punditry class, not that, I think you've proven they have no power anymore because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They just threw everything, lawfare, weaponization.
Sure.
And now I see they want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't, they have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. No, they said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity.
Pretty much.
I could do, outside of you and a few of your very good friends, it's like the craziest thing. But you know what I have learned, Elon? The people are smart. They get it.
Yeah, they do, actually.
They get it. They really see what's happening.
Yes.
And at the end of this interview, what I would like is I want people to know the relationship and know more about you. What is the relationship, Mr. President?
Well, I respect him. I've always respected him. I never knew that he was right on certain things, and I'm usually pretty good at this stuff. He did Starlink. He did things that were so advanced and nobody knew what the hell they were. I can tell you in North Carolina, they had no communication. They were wiped out. Those people were, they had rivers in between, land that never saw water. All of a sudden, there was a river and a vicious, like rapids. People were dying all over. They had no communication. They said, do you know Elon Musk? They didn't really know I knew him. I said, yeah. He said, could you get Starlink? It's like the first time I ever heard of it. I said, what's Starlink? A communication system that's unbelievable.
I have it.
Yeah. And he said, I called him and I said, listen, they really need it. And he got like thousands of units of this communication, and it saved a lot of lives. He got it immediately, and you can't get it. I mean, you have to wait a long time to get it. But he got it to him immediately. And I said, that's pretty amazing. And I didn't even know he had it. We watched the rocket ships and we watch Tesla. I think, something that had an effect on me was when I saw the rocket ship come back and get grabbed, like you grab a beautiful little baby. You grab your baby.
Yeah, Dr. Dunbar was showing that earlier, how he created this. It literally grabbed the rocket out of the air, like they do in the movies. It was awesome.
It just
hug the rocket.
I've never seen
everyone needs a hug and clean rockets.
And he said, you can't really have a rocket program if you're going to dump $1 billion into the ocean every time you fly. You have to save it.
Right.
And he saved it. First time that I've ever seen that done. Now, nobody else can do it. If you look at the U.S., Russia, or China, they can't do it. And they won't be able to do it for a long time. He has the technology. So you learn, I wanted somebody really smart to work with me in terms of the country, a very important aspect. Because, he doesn't talk about it. He's actually a very good businessman. And when he talks about the executive orders, and this is probably true for all presidents, you write an executive order and you think it's done. You send it out. It doesn't get done. It doesn't get implemented. They don't implement it. Maybe they're from the last administration, and they are in some cases. You try and get them out as fast as you can. But as soon as he said that, I said, that's interesting. You write a beautiful executive and you sign it and you assume it's going to be done, but it's not. What he does is he takes it, and with his 100 geniuses, he's got some very brilliant young people working for him that dress Much worse than him, actually.
Yeah,
They dress in
better.
just T-shirts. You wouldn't know they have 180 IQ.
Wait a minute. So what he's your tech support.
No, he is.
I
he
actually
is. But
literally
he's
am
much
tech
more
support.
than that.
I
Yeah.
literally am tech support though. But
He
that's
gets it done. He's a leader.
Yeah.
He really is. He gets it done. You get a lot of tech people, and you have people that are good with tech, but he gets it done. You know, I said in real estate, you had guys that would draw beautiful renderings of a building. And they'd draw the rendering. It would be great. And you say, great, when are you starting? But they were never able to get it built. They couldn't get the financing. They couldn't get the approvals. It would never get done. And then you have other guys that are able to get it done. You know, they could just get it done. I was in real estate. Same thing in this. He gets it done. So when he said that, he said, you know, when you sign these executive orders, a lot of them don't get done, and maybe the most important ones. And he would take that executive order that I'd sign, and he would have those people go to whatever agency it was. When are you doing it? Get it done. Get it done. And some guy that maybe didn't want to do it, all of a sudden he's signing. He just doesn't want to be bothered.
Do a lot of those executive orders have to be codified into law? You need the Republican Congress
and
to
they
follow
will be.
up.
A lot of them will be. Yeah,
They will.
But look, in the meantime, we have 4 years. The beauty is we have 4 years. That's why I like doing it right at the beginning, because an executive order is great. I mean, the one problem is both good and bad, because when they did all these executive orders, I've canceled most of them. They were terrible. I mean, we're going to go radical left communist. Okay, it was crazy. Their executive orders were so bad. If they ever got them codified, you'd never be able to break them. So the damage that Biden has done to this country, and it's not even Biden, it's the people that circled him in the Oval Office, okay? But the damage they did to this country, in terms of, let's say, open borders, you know, there's so many things, but open borders where millions of people poured into our country, and hundreds of thousands of those people are criminals. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're gang members, they're people from prisons from all over the world. And we have a great guy, Tom Homan, and he is doing so incredibly. You saw the numbers, they're now like 96%.
95%.
He is a phenomenal guy. And Kristi Noem is doing an unbelievable job. And he wanted her. He said, she's so tough. And I said, I don't think of her as that way. You know, she's very nice. He said, no, she's so tough. And she is. I see with the horses, she's riding the horse. Let's go. She's great. But the team we have is really unbelievable. But those executive orders, I sign them, and now they get passed on to him and his group and other people, and they're all getting done. We're getting them done.
Let me go back a little bit to your background, because it's beyond impressive. You were the chief engineer, for example. You were an early believer in Tesla. You became the CEO, and then the chief engineer, which was phenomenal. SpaceX, same thing, which is unbelievable. I mean, you were the first private company to send astronauts successfully into space, first private company to send astronauts into orbit.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep.
He's going to go into orbit soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go to Mars. He's going to fly on his...
At some point.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is in
I mean, they was asking me, like, do you want to die on Mars? And I say, well, yes, but not on impact.
Starlink is in 100 countries. This is going to be hard. I feel like I'm interviewing two brothers here.
That's hilarious, by the way.
Star Shield, which could be used for national defense.
Yeah, it is already being used for national defense.
Then you have what is it called? Optimus, a part of Tesla.
The robot, yeah.
A robotic arm. Then you have an AI arm. And then you have something that really fascinated me, and it's called Neuralink.
Yes.
You might help the blind to see, and people with spinal cord injuries, that they can recover, where in the past, how close is that becoming a success?
Neuralink, we've implanted Neuralink in 3 patients so far who are quadriplegics, and it allows them to directly control their phone and computer just using their mind, just by thinking. It's like, so we call this product telepathy. So you control your computer and phone just by thinking, and it's possible to actually control the computer and phone faster than someone who has working hands. Then the next step would be to add a second Neuralink implant past the point where the neurons damaged, so that somebody can walk again, and so they can have full body functionality restored. And
you like Bobby, right?
I like Bobby, actually. Yeah, I think I supported Bobby Kennedy. I think he's unfairly maligned as someone who is anti-science, but I think he isn't. He just wants to question the science, which is the essence of the science The scientific method fundamentally is about always questioning the science.
Well, they didn't tell us the truth about COVID.
Correct.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And we learned a lot with the Twitter files. And that just then raises a question. You're the richest man in the world. You may not like that part. You're pretty competitive.
Neither here nor there.
I've
I
known
don't
you a
know if it
long time.
matters.
But
That's why.
but he's on your team. Well, that's true. He can't top that.
He's good. You know, I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't.
You really tried hard.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country.
But this is the thing.
We settled on this.
Well,
guy.
thanks for having me.
So
I'm just trying to be useful.
This is the interesting. This is where we are as a society, and I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're doing all of these things. Nobody at Doge gets paid a penny, correct?
Well, actually, some people are federal employees.
Some are, okay.
Yeah,
They're helping.
But I think it's fair to say that the software engineers at Doge could be earning millions of dollars a year, and instead of earning a small fraction of that as federal employees.
Okay, so
and they're very committed people.
So
Yes.
you're committed to helping the blind see, people with spinal cord injuries recover.
Yes.
You're committed to getting to Mars. You're committed to rescue. You're going to help rescue next month 2 astronauts that I think were abandoned. They dispute that in an interview.
At the president's request, or instruction, we are accelerating the return of the astronauts, which was postponed kind of to a ridiculous degree.
They got left in space.
They've been there. They were supposed to be there 8 days. They're there almost 300.
Biden.
They were yes, they were left up there for political reasons, which is not good.
Okay, it's not good. Now, if I had the weight of the pressure of doing that successfully on my shoulders, I think I'd be, but when we spoke before we did this interview, you are very confident. You think this will be a successful mission.
Well, we don't want to be complacent, but we have brought astronauts back from the space station many times before, and always with success.
Mm-hmm.
So, as long as we're not complacent.
When are you going to launch?
I think it's about 4 weeks to bring them back.
About 4 weeks?
Yeah.
And
we're being extremely cautious. Yeah.
You now have the go-ahead.
Yes. Well, thanks to you.
They didn't have the go-ahead with Biden.
What's that?
He was going to leave him in space. I think he was going to leave him in space.
Well, it's like
He
when we
considered
were
it
growing
like-
up, lost in space.
Yeah, he didn't want the publicity. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable. And so I want to echo something that the president said and then ask an overarching question. So people get hit with Hurricane Helene. They have no communication with the outside world. You come to the rescue. You donated that, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. You donated to the people.
He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina. He saved a lot of lives.
And California after the wildfires?
California, but I mean in North Carolina where they were really in trouble. They had no communication. People were dying. They were dying of starvation. He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina.
Okay. Now you're going to rescue astronauts. And now, and again, you do all of this. I would think liberals would love the fact that you have the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be adored by the left,
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days.
He killed that, huh?
I mean, less so.
I really did it.
Well, I mean, this whole sort of like, they call it like Trump derangement syndrome. And I didn't, you don't realize how real this is until like you can't reason with people. So like I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner, and it was like a nice, quiet dinner, and everyone was behaving normally. And I happened to mention, this is before the election, like a month or two before, I happened to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies, okay? And they're like, wow. And I'm like, what is wrong? Guys, like, you can't have like a normal conversation. Yeah. And it's like, it's like that.
Pause it right there. Pause it right there. So what Elon Musk is talking about, I have experienced before. It's almost like some type of sick disease that when you bring up this particular individual, the president, Trump, yep. They lose their mind.
Yep. Oh, how could you support Trump? You know you voted for a convicted felon. Yep. Yeah, they lose their rabbit mind.
He has no idea, but if you're friends with him, you pay a price. It's like I walk in a restaurant in New York and it's like half the room it's daggers and they want to.
The eye daggers level is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like I had like some invitation because I got invited to like basically a big sort of damn event like that was, but it received the invitation like the beginning of last year, and I still attended even after I'd endorsed President Trump, and I didn't realize how profoundly that would affect how I was received. I mean, I walk into the room and I'm getting just the dirty looks from everyone. Like, if looks could kill, I would have been dead several times over.
But that was not before Trump.
Be like just the ashes on the floor.
BT. Before Trump, that never happened, right?
No.
Yeah, they'd be the first to look at you, a Trump supporter.
I don't know if you know, but they have two parts to that. I know BGS did one on part one, but there's two parts to that interview.
Oh, there's a part two?
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second. Let's see. Wait a minute, let me type this in. I'm not seeing it, but okay. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, that's not the right channel.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Let me see if I can find it for you.
Mm-hmm. You see Jasmine Crockett put her foot in her mouth talking about Americans wouldn't know what to do with $5,000.
Yep.
They've been roasting the fuck out of her on TikTok.
Let's see.
Yeah, kind of a slow night tonight.
Yep, I guess so. Jasmine Crockett. She lives in a socket.
Mm-hmm. A little too quiet, but we'll find something else to watch. Give me just a second.
Okay, so maybe there's actually 3 parts to this.
Really?
Let me see.
One second, we're gonna start the fun back here again.
Up with the grumpy old gay, but you guys seem very attached to that. With the grumpy old gay, but you guys grumpy old gay rant of the afternoon. I know I said I was going to stop with the grumpy old gay, but you guys seem very attached to that tagline. And every time you watch one of my TikToks, you're helping pay my way to Disney. But I have a question. Wisconsin, have you lost your ever-loving mind? So I'm on my couch doing my Saturday afternoon thing, watching reruns of Big Bang Theory. I like that show speaks to me and my coworkers. I get a message from someone asking if I've heard about what's going on in Wisconsin. To maybe change the term mother to inseminated person. Just pray that there is more to this story because, first of all, as an anatomy professor, let me tell you why that's just wrong. There are a lot of people, both male and female, that have been inseminated. And that doesn't always lead to a child. And there's a lot of people that have been artificially inseminated outside the womb and then had the embryo transferred into the uterus. So you can be that word mother, I guess Wisconsin doesn't want to use that term, without being inseminated. And ask any promiscuous woman, gay male, or guy who's just wanting to explore, you can be inseminated as well and not be a parent. They want to change the term paternity to parentage. I have to be misreading this. I'm going to tag my friend Ant in this because he has friends in higher places than me. I cannot fucking wait to see what he says about this. Ant, hold on. I got to go pop popcorn. That's all. Grumpy old gay rant of the afternoon. I know I said I was...
That's crazy.
Please ask how many practice runs they had.
17.
The reaction decision time will be set at 35 seconds.
35 seconds, not enough.
Before you swipe away, I just wanted you to know I was the Ukraine correspondent and also the Russia correspondent for Politico in Washington. So I do know what you're talking about. I just want to make a short video about Trump and Putin, about Trump now dissing, denouncing, insulting Zelensky, praising Putin, saying that Russia is not responsible for the war. It was Ukraine that started the war. And of course, the media has gone crazy. And a lot of my friends are like freaking out. Oh my God, America is going to be Putinized. Russia's and America going to get together. It's dangerous. Trump is going to be like Putin. So I just want to set the record straight because I was in Ukraine and in Russia. The first thing is, yes, it is true. Ukraine did start the war. The genesis of the war was very simple. There was a coup in 2014. There was first a revolution, protest. Then the U.S. organized a coup. Everyone's talked about it now. RFK Jr.
So basically, he's telling you BGS was right.
Jeffrey Sachs. And when the new government was created, they wanted democracy. They wanted to go with Europe, which is fine. But there were people who supported the former president and in the East, especially the Donbass, and they didn't agree with this coup. They didn't want to go with Europe. They wanted to stay with Russia. They wanted to speak Russian. They wanted to pray in their churches. They wanted to respect Lenin. And those people were immediately called traitors and separatists. And Ukraine attacked the Donbass. They were trying to have, you can say, their January 6th moment. Like, hey, we don't support this coup. They kind of did their own little revolution. They were attacked. And even though there were many peace accords, Ukraine kept attacking them for the next 10 years. And meanwhile, when Zelensky, even though he was elected to bring peace and implement the Minsk Accords, which should have solved the war and brought the Donbass back into Ukraine, under American pressure, I believe, people say far right. I think it was Victoria Nuland. It was the Americans who wanted war, who wanted to weaken Russia. He reneged on peace and he started banning all the Russian opposition parties and the Russian church, which was the majority church in Ukraine, and the media, Russian language. Basically, he created an atmosphere where anybody who wanted, to speak Russian, which is half the population of Ukraine, or wanted closer relations with Russia, was deemed a traitor or was the victim of misinformation or disinformation from the Kremlin. So all those narratives that started in Ukraine in 2015, 2014, 2016 were later used in the US, weaponized against the Republicans, against MAGA, all the deplatforming, the attacks on Trump, everything started in Ukraine. So it's understandable. And the Americans were pushing this all along because they wanted regime change in Russia. They wanted a pliant dictator in Russia, not Putin. And then when the war started, as you know, there was a peace agreement in March and the Ukrainians signed off, but then Boris Johnson flew in and nixed it. Basically, the Americans, at least Biden, wanted Putin's head on a platter. And so they kept pushing this war. And Zelensky was just a loyal satrap of the American empire. He did what he had to. He got rich, I'm sure, very corrupt But he just kept feeding Ukrainians into the meat grinder, knowing there's no chance of winning this war because he was getting rich. And so Trump is right. Putin would have done peace. He's happy to do peace now. He'd have made peace a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, as long as Ukraine didn't join NATO. So that's the reality. And I think Trump is right. And I think the media has been wrong. It has been feeding us a fake war that should never have happened. America has suffered. Europe has suffered. Our credibility has suffered. And the other thing I think is just that Americans and Russians are much more compatible than Americans and Ukrainians. We know Chekhov. We know the Nutcracker Suite. And MAGA and Putin are aligned. They're both anti-woke. They're white Christians. They want traditional families. They're against all this trans and gay pride parade. So it's kind of a perfect fit, and they're very large countries. So I think Trump should go ahead with embracing Putin, and I think.
Yep.
The beast versus the...
We don't allow homeless people in this restaurant. If you don't leave, I'm gonna call the police. Leave.
I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm here because
I don't care why you're here.
Hey, ChatGPT, if you were the...
Anyway, let's go to my favorites. Oh.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had.
Okay, that's bullshit because if he hadn't signed the bill, we wouldn't have got those checks. So that's a load of crap.
During the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us.
If I'm not mistaken, that was not a Democratic Senate. That was still a Republican Senate when we got to 1,200.
Because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was 3 or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea.
She doesn't know what $5,000 would do for you. Boy, they're so in touch, aren't they, Jesse? They're so in touch. You're so in touch with the American people and what they're going through.
They are supremely out of touch, living in a bubble.
Yep. Yeah, what y'all gonna do with $5,000? That ain't no money. Oh. The average American can't afford a $400 emergency, but we can't do anything with $5,000. Really? Boy, got 40 watches.
I can think of a whole bunch of stuff I could do with fireworks.
Me too. I got 40 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. But yeah, we don't know what we're doing with we don't know what to do with $5,000. Really?
So we know that reparations call was BS, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, when it came out, I was like, y'all had 30 years to do this. Go fuck yourselves.
So if we didn't know that was a bunch of baloney, now we know damn well it was.
Yep.
Because if she only want us to have a little 5,000, I could imagine, reparations, which would be much, more than that. So, well, did she ever put her foot in her mouth? Gotcha.
Yep, that's why I posted. Let's see, how can I put my foot in my mouth today? Because she gonna come out tomorrow. Oh, we were slaves. We were slaves. We're mistreated. The white man gonna be doing all that crap. I don't like how you white guys are operating. We're operating. Remember, we were slaves. She loved to remind us of that part. We were slaves. We were
Can't even think
oppressed.
of a. I can't even think of a time like outside of Kamala trying to, because Kamala was trying to copy off of Trump,
Mhm.
about the, she copied off his plan about no taxes for
Not the,
hospitality workers,
yep, no taps on tip.
and then she at the end tried to come up with a little ragtag plan for, like, well, it wasn't really a plan. She was just saying a whole bunch of stuff. If we gonna be honest, I mean, it's like the daggone Democrats are even scared to say black people's name.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Trump isn't. And by the way, shout out to Trump for that party. He actually got Tiger Woods to almost admit he's black.
Yeah, and shout out to Trump. Let's see, I'm if you allow me to share, give me
Oh,
1
hold on.
second. The post that Trump has. Let me see.
What's going on, McDrumavere?
Share screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah. What's up?
Not much. A slow night, man. I'm getting tired anyway.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's
Okay.
Twitter. Yeah, that's Twitter.
There we go. Donald J. Trump, February 21st. We pay tribute to the generations of black legends, champions, warriors, and patriots who helped drive our country forward.
Mhm.
Together, we're going to be fighting long and hard for black Americans and all Americans. We're going to be fighting for all America. President J. Trump. You see how easy that is to
Yeah,
say
to say black America.
black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? See that right here? Black Americans. It's not
Mm-hmm.
too hard, is it? Biden, Democrats. That's
Oh
not
no,
too
they have.
hard.
Come on, Jesse. You know they have to say people of color.
I know.
Exactly. And we should talk about that more often. That's a good point, ABC. The Democrats, they say people of color, and
Mm-hmm.
Republicans, they know how to say black people.
Yeah,
Black Americans.
people of color, and don't forget my favorite, marginalized groups.
What about my favorite one? Minorities.
Mm.
We're not a people of color. We're not a minority.
Mm-hmm.
We're black. We're black Americans.
Black and brown.
Simple as that.
Or black and
Yeah,
brown.
black and brown. All that foolishness.
More black, brown being the more preferred. But yeah, the jig is up, and you still got your diehard Democrat supporters, but man, y'all looking pathetic.
I was watching the most recent Professor Black Truth video, or one of the most recent. I don't watch them all the time, but
Mm-hmm.
he pulled up a, I don't know, TikTok or something of this Hispanic lady talking about where are all the other immigrants, why are they here supporting us, Professor Black Truth, which is basically like, at this point everyone's
hold your own nuts.
Yeah, hold your own nuts, because that people have been basically using black people as the gold standard in terms of we have the most our justice claim is the most legitimate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone bases their justice claims and their everything they do basically off of civil rights. And anytime they can get us supporting their movements, it adds legitimacy to it, right? And so by us sort of sitting on the sidelines now, all the immigrants are looking around like, what, why aren't you supporting us? And it's, they're looking crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. You get deported, not my problem. What's going on, Passport?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Oh, I just wanted to come and say Hail Caesar, because clearly Trump understands. He's playing chess, man. I mean,
yes,
he understands
clearly.
all this Latinx and people of color. Hey, man. Hey. Look. I was black for 40 some odd years.
I'm glad
and
you
all of a
said
sudden
that. I forgot about Latinx, which none of them like to be called anyway.
And birthing persons and what was it? Inseminated what?
Inseminated person.
I mean, if you mess around on the wrong day as a black man, you end up an inseminated person if you go to jail at the wrong time. So, I mean, it's foolishness. It's just people ain't playing all these games when you got a 50-cent surcharge for eggs at Waffle House. Hey, man, I want to eat an omelet. I'm not trying. I don't care about all this other stuff, man.
How much is? Wait, they're charging extra egg. Damn.
They are charging 50 cents extra per egg at the Waffle House.
Wow.
And they out here talking about inseminated person. Man, please. Man, please.
That's why I didn't feel sorry for Cori Bush when she lost, because she the one started that birthing person bullshit. I was like, excuse me?
People ain't got time for it.
And that's why we had to get these Democrats on out of office. Tired of the BS.
Hey, did you see that mess when they were trying to elect a new chairman for the DNC? They had that one ever up there. We fight on, we fight on. Actually, you know what?
No, I want you to play that. I want you to play that clip. What's it, Jennifer, the comedian black lady that was singing that ode to Ketanji Brown Jackson? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
She said, "We came to celebrate Ketanji Brown Jackson." You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I remember.
You know what?
I remember what you're talking about. I don't know where that video's at, but I do remember that.
Hold on.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah, roll that beautiful bean footage.
It's on Facebook though. I can't find it on YouTube.
Oh, that's good. And by the way, I got 45 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash chat. Pinned to the top. Support the show. Hit the super chat. Support the show. Let me see where. Because I asked the question at the top of the show. Do you think Jasmine Crockett sound educated? Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll upload that. I'm gonna go on and present the video. Video file. We're going to. Which one is it? I know one of them I rendered, so no, it ain't that one. Which one is it? That on it.
Got Charles in the house. Woo.
Woo.
So it looks like we're getting started up here, getting warmed up.
Rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, a non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. In order to be gender balanced, we must elect.
Man, if Passport, if somebody would have told me the Democrats would be this goofy. Man. Goofy.
Look.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried.
I know. If this is like 1998 and everyone's got money and you can go to the mall and everyone's feeling good, you could do this. You can't do this when people can't afford to go to the doggone grocery store, man.
Right.
People don't care. One male, one female, and one person of any.
Troy Blackwell. I'm a proud Afro-Latino from the South Bronx, New York. Today I stand before you as one of the first non-binary candidates to run in the DNC's 177-year history.
And nobody voted
Take
for
a
him.
chance on someone like me. The final tally of votes, Troy Blackwell, 0.
I'm going to kick off our questioning tonight. I'm going to kick off our questioning tonight, and I will just have you know, we are going to ask the questions from this stage. There will be a moment where we will take questions from the audience, but I would ask. Thank you so much. We appreciate your enthusiasm. We are going to ask the questions from this stage. We'll ask that you please take a seat. We'll ask that you please take a seat.
This is a question we're going to ask.
All right, we're going to ask that question. We understand. We understand that there are many issues that people are very.
We'll begin with the opening statements. Each candidate will have 30 seconds.
It is my desire to be the next DNC
gosh.
chair, and I just want.
Did she just wake up?
No, just
She
wait
like
for
just woke up.
There's a reason.
This is Fannie Mae Hamer's great granddaughter.
Really? Oh yeah.
Nah, bullshit. But don't she look like her?
Yeah. But there's a reason why I had the video, tilted to the side, because we just wait for it.
I want to give you all a little bit of something that's been on my heart here over the last
Is she gonna
couple
start singing?
days. You fight on.
Oh no!
You fight on.
That's why I didn't warn you.
That's
why I twisted it. I was like, huh? I was like,
When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on. Oh, you
fight on. When your government's doing you wrong, you fight on, AB. You fight on.
Yeah.
Well, no. They need a political strategist. No.
Wow.
Hello,
Yes.
Democrats. Hey,
God.
I'm speaking. Hey,
Was that the same person?
I am speaking.
I couldn't help it, man. I had to be petty. I was petty about.
And I would love your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention.
You deserve nothing.
Attention, like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
Good evening, Democrats. Look up here. 3 strong black women standing before you. 3 black women who, rather than just grabbing a chair, ran for.
And you still lost.
Chair.
Te quiero mucho, Papa. Gracias por todo. My name is Artie Blanco, Freddie Blanco's daughter. Vote for me for vice chair.
Look at this room, y'all. Truly take it in. This is the Democratic Party. We are strongest when we.
Oh man. Are they going to go after Trump with this? Are you
stand
serious?
together.
We are in a time in this country when our democracy and our rights are under attack. We're at a time where black and brown people, women, and other minorities are.
Yeah,
rules specify that when we have a.
Thankfully, that's the end of the video. Good Lord.
They got no chance. There's no chance.
Yeah, and Passport, I was talking to a Democrat behind the scenes. I was like, and I was asking him straight up, he's a staunch Democrat. I was like, is there any hope for them at all? He's like, no.
No. They got to rebuild the party. They have to rebuild the party on something.
Unfortunately, I don't think that is going to happen until the Clintons get out of the party.
Because what I just saw is a complete mess. That's a mess.
Yeah.
That's a complete mess. And
the issue is no, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go ahead, Majama. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. What do you what has the party become? Because honestly, I only see splintering. That's the only real.
Hey, what's going on, Louis? The party's become a clusterfuck.
It sounds like word salad.
That too. But
got nothing?
yeah, they have nothing. It was so bad they were talking about Stephen A. could be their candidate.
Oh God, no more celebrities.
Stephen A. Smith?
Yes.
Oh,
no more celebrities.
God. Oh my
God. But to Stephen A.'s credit, he came out and said, "Yeah, that's how much y'all suck." To his credit, he came out and said, "Yeah,
he's going for the bag.
I have no desire to be president, but that's how much y'all suck. You have to come mention my name."
He's doing good too in terms of his social media. I'm pretty proud of him, man. Over the last year, I mean, he's on national TV. It's like, why weren't you not building your socials up for like way earlier? But it took who's that football player who's the announcer who also does wrestling? You know who I'm talking about, the announcer.
It does wrestling?
He's a wrestling announcer as well. God damn, whatever. He blew up.
Coach?
No, damn it.
I think he's the one that wears the hat, Jay or something. I don't know. I'm guessing.
There's a lot of people who translates into football to wrestling, so you got to be more specific.
It's the announcer who he basically blew up on YouTube, and he has a deal with ESPN, and he does all the college. He does a lot of the college stuff, and he's also
talk about Pat McPhee.
Pat McPhee, exactly.
McAfee.
Okay.
So basically, he's the prototype because he was all YouTube, and he has a licensing deal with ESPN. So everything you see him doing on ESPN, he actually owns, right? And so what Stephen A. said was like, oh, well, I can do the same thing. So he started his YouTube up.
Yeah.
And it's starting to take off, right? And now you hear him curse, you hear him doing red pill content. He's going all over the place. It's not just sports over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you though. To Stephen A.'s credit, he's the only Democrat. He's the only person who leans Democrat I respect right now. The mother knuckleheads, because he's at least being real with them. He's at least telling them the truth about themselves. But these other knuckleheads, man, I don't respect them.
Well, I don't think the average Democrat is really admitting how I hate to say bad things are, how serious things are. I don't think they're not really admitting. I mean, this ain't play time no more, man. Like, you're not supposed to be paying no $12 for no dozen eggs. Like, you can't blame that on the president. That they've got some serious stuff wrong. The farm system, like a whole bunch of stuff is wrong, man. Like, you can't just say Trump been president for a month. That's why your commute to New York is expensive. Like, people, huh? Well, come on now.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad you mentioned that. Shout out to President Trump. He got rid of that carbon tax that they try to throw on New Yorkers.
Oh, with the surge pricing.
Yes. Yep. The transportation guy came out and said, "No, you can't do that." So shout out to Trump. Trump is making his moves.
I'm calling Caesar. I call him Caesar because if he gonna have people want him to be president for longer than 4 years, I'm not saying he can do it, but he gonna have people wanting it. Hail Caesar.
Yeah, because and to his credit, he said we're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of winning.
That's awesome. I love it.
That sounds like it.
By the way, I got I'm getting old passport. I'm past 40 now, so it seems like I get even more petty. To all the 92 black heifers talking about you don't want to give up your coochie because we didn't vote for Kamala. I hate to break this to you. Forget the fact that there's 4 billion other coochies in the world. There are more than enough black women who support Donald Trump. We don't. You can get a vibrator. Go fuck yourselves. We don't need you.
No, that's good.
They're on board. There are more than enough black females that support Donald Trump. We don't. You're not. You have no leg to stand on. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, why are the Democrats opposed to running a white man? You can run a straight white guy. You had Clinton, right? What's wrong with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like run. I mean, gosh, I think the Democrats got derailed when they went after who's the government in New York? What was his name during COVID? He's the guy that should have been.
Cuomo?
He's the guy.
Cuomo.
Cuomo's the one who should have ran against Trump.
Yeah,
he could have knocked Trump down.
I'm glad you said that, Passport, because I thought for years it was going to be Cuomo, but they took him down.
Yep. I mean, that was friendly fire. Like, you got to tell that young lady, hey, listen here, lady. I don't know what the truth is, but we're trying to win this thing.
Wait, you want to hear a conspiracy theory?
Go ahead, Louis.
Mm-hmm.
I think they pushing all of them on purpose to show the whole consensus. Excuse me, I'm tongue tied. I had a couple of shots of whiskey.
Okay.
Got home, but I think they are running all of this DEI and the rainbow and everybody.
Yeah.
So it could show that it doesn't work as an excuse to decenter from black, brown, any minority issues, any small, like, you could put the rainbows and everybody else into minorities. So in the future, they could decenter themselves from it.
I think that's a good. I see where you're going, but I think the issue is so many of those people are embedded into the workings of that system.
Yeah, that's true.
But
right?
it could be used to blame for the failure.
Well, I don't think they think it's a failure. Because I think that's the world they're trying to make. They're trying to make the world as comfortable for them, and in their head, it's like making everything soft, getting rid of as much masculinity as you can, making everyone use the right word. Like, it's basically. I mean, I get very metaphysical, right? And I don't want to get into deep. But what basically is happening from what I'm seeing is that there's deep emotional issues going on, particularly and everywhere, right? But in the Democratic Party, particularly, these people have emotional issues, and they're trying to use physical means to solve them, right? So it's like taking drugs to solve an emotional issue, or like maybe if I get everyone saying the right words, or maybe if I have enough money, or maybe if I chop this off, or maybe if I dress up this way, or whatever, I'll feel better about myself. But it's like,
but here,
go ahead.
Are you familiar with David Icke?
Yeah, the lizard people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of his favorite terms, he uses problem, reaction, solution. And if you look, and with all this stuff that's going on, what is one of the main things that, if you like in your YouTube algorithm right now, I've seen like over 30 videos done that men in general are not approaching women.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
The American population, we're going towards negative birth rates.
Yes.
We've been coddling this current generation, like I think it's older Z and now it's Alpha now. And I remember watching the TED Talks where it was a former general talking about kids are out of shape and it's a national security issue. Population growth is a national security issue. You got Pete Hegseth talking about that our military is out of shape, unprepared, and like, a bunch of people are in that doesn't even meet the requirements to join, that the military had the lower standards. That is a national security issue. And here's the thing too. How can a man get married if he's not gainfully employed?
True.
And if you got a sexually frustrated male and he doesn't have channels to, ways to channel that energy, you have a very dangerous male.
Yeah.
Well, and they've known this. I mean,
and that's a national security issue.
Our human civilization has been built on how do we control these crazy little guys from destroying the city and not raping all the women and pillaging, right? Like the entire Western civilization was built on containing men's sexual frustration and building shit from it, right? Like,
yeah, why was marriage created?
Can we basically say, I want to go back to that last woman singing the Negro spirituals.
Oh God! I don't want to, Charles. Damn it, Charles! I don't want to bring that bill back up.
I'm gonna be like, looking back, all of my years, I think I shedded some tears.
Time and time again, I thought I could win.
Another fight. Things ain't right. I'm losing again. Come on, sing with me, everybody.
I think I better let it go. Let it go.
To lose twice and what? Start all over again. I think the Democrats better let it go.
Oh yeah,
because it's always gonna be a fucking TKO.
Looks like a political TKO. Now we're gonna address the one subject matter now. Marriage was not really to control men. Marriage was to give men purpose. Because for marriage to be created was the security of women and children. Because men don't need marriage like women and children do. That's why we benefit the least from it.
It's about duty.
It's about duty. Who the fuck wants to be at a guard tower at 3 o'clock in the morning and the wind's blowing like a New Orleans prostitute? But somebody's got to be at the gate.
Somebody got to be on that wall.
And see, when we take away honest duty, like one of my exes, I talked to her. Instead of having our usual cavalier conversation, we talked about Trump. And I asked her this question because she's a fellow veteran herself. I'm a little envious, even though I'm not really envious. She's 100% disabled from the Coast Guard. When I told her, here's the problem with people. It's not just about Trump. It's about something we lost in the military to all my vets. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I am not above reproach. Effectiveness and efficiency is something we lost in American military and in American masculinity for decades. Your children, there's a reason why you had PE classes. When you look at Kennedy, when Kennedy revamped the PE system, those young men and young boys coming out of high school would demolish physical athletes today. Most of your high school students now can't even do push-ups.
When I was in 5th grade, we had to climb the rope. We still had the rope in our gym. We had to climb that motherfucker.
Yeah. I want you to think about this, right? Imagine going to the Boy Scouts before the Boy Scouts were a joke, where you had to learn boxing, wrestling, judo, stick fighting, fencing, marksmanship. I mean, you totally knew how to take care of yourself, not including the survival skills. You have 21-year-olds who drive cars and can't fix a tire, can't change a flat. This is what happens when you bring up independentism. Yeah, I coined the phrase independentism.
Oh, I got you. Just a minute. Where's that? I got you. It got you. Independentism. I got you right here. I'm independent. You there, Charles?
Ooh. I'm going to say this about the independentism, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We've been so independent, thinking you don't need a man to teach because you have a bastardized observation of men. You think all we do is just lay down and have babies.
Mm-hmm.
And I ask women all the time, what if men stop working for an entire week? There's a reason why child support is the monster that it is. Because you niggas are stupid enough to keep paying it. If all the men actually united and stop letting women guilt you, you don't pay child support, you're not taking care of your kids. Bitch, you got the kids and you're not taking care of the kids. Call it my bluff. If men united and said, I'm not paying this fucking totalitarian version of court-appointed extortion anymore, and I just want to pay my fair share.
Call it again, black man. Call it what it is again.
Debt slavery.
Extortion.
Debtor's court.
Extortion.
It's a debtor's court, which is not supposed to be in this country in the first place. But what I always call it is court-appointed extortion. This is how I know this shit is fucked. You don't even make sure the child is taken care of. The child could live in absolute filth and degradation, but you're not going to go investigate to see how the money's spent. She's throwing child support fucking parties, but y'all don't care how the men. Well, you know, you got to take care of this child. I will snipe you. You know, I'm like, look, you really want to take away men as you see it? Men don't see. You basically made 6 decades of seeing men get fucked with no Vaseline, no flowers, and no date. And you think the current generation are going to full-heartedly go into this unreasonable subterfuge? That's lying for all you uneducated folk. This unreasonable subterfuge and go cold-heartedly into getting with these manly, ill-gotten daughters of bitches. I'm sorry. Women always say, you must have been hurt by some women. Yeah, women like you, bitch. I'm not ashamed to talk about the hurt. See, just like I told my ex, you're not used to men being honest with you. You're so busy trying to get divorced that this is what's going to happen. You're never going to find that guy. You get away from your husband, you mean something special to your husband. And you're just a fuck toy.
Well, I think that you got 2 problems, right? Because all things considered, I mean, of course we know that the family court is out of whack. We understand that part. But the other problem is, even with things as they are, if you take the average 10 men, there's going to be like 2 guys that are going to be closer to the leader of type class, you know, the kind of personality. If those 2 dudes are looking at marriage and saying, I'm not doing that, then what are the 8 dudes, the other 8 dudes going to do? They're going to follow suit. Even with all the system as it is, if the 2 dudes in the beginning, as leaders say, you know what, it's worth taking a chance because I'm in love with my girl, the other guys are not chance it. But when you get like you know, I guess alpha types saying nah, there ain't no, I don't see no sweethearts out here. That's the problem. That's the problem.
And what's up? Is that the OG?
Yes, me.
Oh, no, not me. I'm not big OG. Small.
Hey, what's going on, BGS?
You're the OG in name, sir.
Secret Society has entered the building. Secret Society has entered the building.
Oh man, it must be Sunday because the senior citizen line is just open.
It sure is, man. Oh yeah. Get that discount, man.
Oh yeah. But before BGS goes in, I'm gonna say this. This is for all, and by the way, fuck you to everybody who says we're a bunch of mindless drones, because I'm one of the people who me and BGS have friendly debates about things. Doesn't mean that we hate each other. We're gonna put scathing reports on live stream on YouTube about it. No, we can have friendly disagreements, and then we can actually call and we'll talk about some personal shit offline. Everything's not for everybody to fucking know.
It's just like Theo was saying. He said for the first 6 months he hated my guts.
There's things that BGS will admit that he was debunked on. When I first came out with the garbage men
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree with you. I just didn't like it.
He didn't like it, but he had to be like, he had the
I agree
virtue
with
to
him.
shake my hand and say, "You nigga."
Yeah, I did. That's it. I didn't like it, but it was accurate. So
And the point that I'm saying about this before BGS or somebody gets it, I'm gonna say this quickly. I always hate this moment when me and BGS said this. I hate it when niggas talk about being revolutionary because you really don't fucking mean it. And
really messing up.
Somebody find the PlayStation hard. But I'm gonna say this, right? Don't tell me about being revolutionary, but you're the same motherfuckers who will pay an exorbitant amount of child support. If you're not even revolutionary against that, then you're no true revolutionary. Because the shit that you allow is the pain your sons and grandsons are gonna have to pay for later. And I'm gonna stop right there. Damn, I need this mic because I gotta light the cigar with it's fire.
yeah, basically, most people that talk about revolution are armchair warriors. Okay, they're not real folks on the ground because real folks on the ground know what kind of cost that people are going to have to pay.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this is something I was listening to Scott Ritter say this about Gaza, right? He actually talked about how Algeria got its freedom from France, right? It cost them 7 million people. Okay, if you're gonna overthrow a colonial power, it's gonna cost you a lot of blood. Okay, and
they're not gonna lay down.
And black folks, number one, your women aren't gonna go for it either. So
nope.
Even though Cynthia G cries about we need to go against this white man.
That's why she's trying to defend DEI. So I know. Yeah, I know.
Well, the thing is not just that's how that shows you how dumb she is.
Yeah.
But because I was looking, if I find it, I'll play it. But the thing is that when I asked, that's why Cynthia G got upset when she talked about we need to go and take over the white man and stuff like that and fight against the white man. And I said, okay, but are you willing for your child and you to starve to death? She said, what do you mean? I said, you think the white man's gonna feed you while we fighting him? No, well, that's different. What do you mean it's different? Well, you just don't like your women and children. So you expect me to go out there and put my life on the line and fight and die while you stay at home and get benefits from the white man that I'm fighting? Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's why when I went to her show, I said, "You talk all this shit about warfare. What rifle are you willing to pick up?"
Yeah, that's one thing I said.
What sons are you willing to give birth for? Are you going to sacrifice your sons to the cause?
Hey, like I said, that's why women wonder how come they don't get these leadership roles, and why men got it. I said men got the right to vote because they picked up that gun and they went out and threw their bodies on the line. Okay,
yeah.
Same thing with men getting the right to vote in the 1850s. Okay. Is because in 1812, the War 1812, they're winning go out there and throw their bodies on the line.
Yep.
You don't get it for nothing. Okay.
It's like every bit of civil rights came apart because you had to do things that men had to traditionally do.
Yeah.
Well, ask any Vietnam vet about what it was like going into a village. Like you know that there are little kids and women that they're willing to sacrifice to make sure that the guys that are leading their cause can have a chance to keep fighting. And that's total sacrifice from everybody.
Yeah,
so if you want that.
Yeah.
I've had white guys that fought in the Vietnam War tell me straight up how they went into villages and massacred women and children, and when you look at them crazy, they're like, yeah, you've never seen a 10-year-old run into the camp and blow up the whole damn camp.
Yeah. A 10-year-old running toward a group of soldiers automatically got shot.
We've never seen a 10-year-old set off IEDs and pick up fucking AKs and picking shots from you. I'm gonna tell you, a lot of you motherfuckers never felt how it feels mortars to come over your fucking head. And you're damn near pissing yourself waking up. because you hear that whistle in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to Ukraine, you're gonna find out about it real quick because you'll hear it all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard some stuff about Vietnam. So they used to have babies with grenades in their diapers.
Yeah, I had a brother tell me about that. Yeah, they be in the diapers.
Yep.
It took me a whole year to feel comfortable, fully comfortable driving again, especially when there was debris on the ground.
Yeah.
Fuck with you.
Yeah. Yeah, and don't talk about the backfire from a car.
They don't talk about, and that's the thing when you listen to some of these foolish broads, when you hear this shit, like, and I tell these niggas, you're not revolutionary. You think it's, well, you fought for the white man. No, I fought for my country. Why? Because, why you fight for the country? Nigga, do you want to live anywhere else?
Oh, so I always ask brothers when they talk about that. So why are you here? Because if you really felt that way, and that's why in that panel, man, chick talked about us not going out there and taking on a white man. And I said, well, when I mentioned the continent, she said, what continent? I said, there's only one continent for black people. That's Africa. I'm not African. My continent is America. Blah, blah. Basically, you feeding off the same.
So
you feeding off the same white man.
Yeah,
fake revolutionary. That's what I call him.
But BGS, did you hear her laugh after that when you called her out? She had that little chuckle because she was like, she knew she was talking a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
That's why if you ever notice, Lewis, well, especially when I opened up my channel, how many trolls did I used to get? All the fucking time. People just hate. Even when I came over to BGS's part of the space, how many people hated my guts?
Oh, because you're a cop. Yeah, the first time you came up because you were a cop. They thought I was gonna hate you. I said, no, I don't hate Charles because he's a cop. If Charles is real, okay, that's why they asked you the question. And I said, Charles, I said, I'm not gonna pay your salary. You don't have to answer it. I said, Charles said, no, I'll answer it. I said, my nigga. Okay.
By the way,
I said, my nigga. I mean, he answered it anyway. I said, okay, that's my nigga right there.
By the way, hold on. Charles, I got 64 watching. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit my cash app, support the show, hit the super chat, support the show.
I'm up here. BGS tax is in effect when
it's hard to tax up here. Matter of fact, I even simulcasted, so you get more. You should get more viewers in a second.
Yeah, and you're not shit. You're not shit. Hold on, wait a minute. You're not shit. Hold on. You're not shit for that that avatar, Louis.
Oh,
the orange man.
Yeah,
the orange man. Basically, you know who's hated more than you know who's hated more than Trump right now.
Elon.
Yeah.
Elon. Why they hating on Elon? What Elon do?
It's because they think Elon's running the country. They think Elon's doing this stuff on his own.
No.
I was just arguing been back and forth with the dude. Said Elon is pimping Trump. I said, if you believe that, then you don't really know who Trump is. Okay, and what he's doing on his own.
This is all I have to say about this video. This is textbook definition of just emotion and labor.
I know, 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 I know.
Yep. Oh yeah, it gets getting around. Yep.
Ain't no sunshine.
Oh, ABGS.
Well,
with the Mr. DJ Music guy.
What about
the one that was criticizing you?
Yeah.
I was looking through his library, and he had criticized my struggle stream that me and Bay did. Also.
Okay.
I was like, oh, I should pay him a thing.
I don't. Okay, dude. My thing is, okay, I understand that you guys are cockroaches. You guys eat off everybody else. Okay. All the things there is to talk about in this world, man, is going on right now. Okay, you are talking about what we're talking about instead of picking what the 10 billion other subjects to talk about. That's what I don't get. Okay, you're coming after me and what I said, but the thing is, when I really go in, when I really do something important or really bring out something, they never talk about those. Okay.
Cause it'll hurt their head to think that deep, old man. You know it. Come on now. Cut it out. Tell me, I wonder why they just don't get it. You know why? Because if it causes him to have to read something and internally just sit there in language and just think about it, that's gonna hurt the head, man.
When was on the panel, one thing though that I chuckled at, right? And because this chick PhD Diva or something, whatever her name was, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about Pauli Murray, and I was saying that her and Eleanor Roosevelt is the reason that sex was actually put into the Civil Rights Bill, and why white women got most of the affirmative action.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it wasn't supposed to get passed like that. I said, but some internal strong arming that got sex put into the bill. And first thing she said was, if there was black men in there, how come they didn't stop it?
Oh,
and I said, okay. And she kept saying, I said, you know how Congress works? Yeah, but you were there. Y'all could have stopped it. I said, I know, baby. I said, no, I know, baby. It's always Jermaine's fault.
And by the way, I would have said,
hey, about five black congressmen supposed to stop a bill out of 400 people. Okay, 400 some odd people. Okay.
Only five black congressmen. Okay.
I would have asked her this question. If black men were there to stop it, would you bitches listen?
No, of course
Bishop
not.
Bullwinkle?
And not no, but hell to
it. Since BGS said it.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
People, I always get that, and people think it's a joke. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, that's actually very real. If you knew, if you know the story, it's very tragic. Even though we laugh at it, but it's a very tragic story.
Hey, BTS, this video is Gen Z in a nutshell.
Which one is that? Bring Keisha back.
Already have one.
I can't afford your daughter.
Couldn't afford it anymore. Bye.
Wait. I already got one of those. Wait. I already have one. I have to give her back. She's too expensive. Hey, don't take backsies.
No take backies. How childish.
You already have one now. Get used to having two again.
Yeah. Name in Africa, okay. If the woman doesn't act right as a wife, you can take her back to the family.
What are you guys doing here? I can't afford her. I'm bringing her back. No. I've already had my share of her. And look, I got this one too. Hey, wait a minute. I'm coming with you.
He said, I'm coming with you.
Yeah. Oh, y'all missed that one. No, y'all missed that one.
Share of her. And look, I got this one too. Hey, wait a minute. I'm coming with you.
Oh, yes.
No refund.
Hello, please take her back. She love money too much.
Oh, no. I have one of those. Come back here.
Already got one of those. Go back out.
Returning my husband back to his parents because he think I'm his maid, not his wife.
No! All sales are final!
No sales are final.
I already have one.
Okay, that's funny. In Africa, that's one thing they told me. If she cuts up, man, you take her back to the family so they can get her straight.
I mean, in the Arab world, you have a certain type of deletion in the name of honor.
Ooh, well, they don't want that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Actually, my granddad said there used to be something like that, like in the Deep South. Like back in the day, my granddad is in his 80s. He said it used to be some kind of like that back in the day. Where it's like if your wife was kind of acting up, you could kind of like, yo, what's going on?
It was called a backhand.
Well, they weren't the backhand, but they. In fact, I talked to a couple of African guys where the wife was acting up, and I said, "Well, how'd you get her straight?" I said, "It didn't have to. He took her back to the mother. Mother got her straight."
Yeah.
Oh, they're your husband, though. Oh, they're your husband.
Oh, but your husband.
Y'all, this video is low, so y'all okay.
We wasn't even trying to get it. Yeah. You heard this caution sign and come to life and try and reject it. Right. We thought you worked here, Kill Bill. In here just like a yellow Power Ranger. In here looking like a motor banana, black skin, yellow ass outfit. Hey, look, it's your cousin. The 40% off sign.
Damn.
Your lame ass in here looking like a retarded golden retriever. Go fetch.
You look like when you get up in the morning, you scream out, "I'm ready, I'm ready."
Your theme song when you wake up is "I'm walking on
SpongeBob.
sunshine." And I'm trying to feel good. Head ass. Wow. Who dressed you? Your blind auntie?
Look, I'm just like her, Cinderella.
I would never wear that dress though.
Out here looking like a 2005 pencil.
Oh my God.
I paid $100 for it.
You thought you was just a ray of sunshine walking in here. What's your favorite food, huh?
Egg yolk. Pineapple. Lemons.
No. Lemon cake. No cake, though.
No
like
cake.
cheese.
With Jamaican earrings, you must be a plantain.
You look like corn on the cob.
You in here dressed like Flavor Flav's grill.
In this
Oh
store
my
looking
God.
like tooth black.
You're in here dressed like a yellow crayon crown.
Damn.
That can be the new add-on to Sexy Red's lip gloss line.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Now back yourself up.
That's
like
low
you
right
can and
there.
Get the fuck on.
Oh my
Walking
God.
on sunshine.
Whoa. Good times.
But is it true?
Y'all could just have my number.
Yeah.
That gives me something. That gives me something. Okay, I got to get the cigar of the night, people. San Cristobal, double XL. Ooh, drink of the night.
My apologies, fellas, but I gotta show BGS this video because I want to get his take on it.
Rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. In order to be gender balanced,
This is the DNC.
we must elect 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any.
Troy Blackwell. I'm a proud Afro-Latino from the South Bronx, New York. Today I stand before you as one of the first non-binary candidates to run in the DNC's 177-year history.
He's getting closer. He'll call that microphone.
I'm asking you to take a chance on someone like me.
The final tally of votes, Troy Blackwell, 0.
Yep. He didn't vote for himself.
I'm going to pick up our questioning tonight, and I will just have you know, we are going to ask the questions from this stage. There will be a moment where we will take questions from the audience.
Is she non-binary too?
Thank you so much. I appreciate
She
your
looks like a girl.
enthusiasm.
Apparently, she's married. She married
Did she?
some dude.
Oh, did she?
She paid somebody to marry, I guess.
We are going to ask the questions
She
from
looks
the
like a
stage.
mighty robot.
If the trombone from Charlie Brown was a person.
Oh,
that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
You know,
It is
That
true.
wasn't a trumpet. That was a trumpet with the whatchamacall. They put
Yeah,
on.
I know with the muffler here.
That people are very
With the wah-wah muffler.
Yeah, with the
That's a
wah-wah.
trombone.
Oh, God.
Wah-wah. Yeah.
Yeah, BGS, hold on, wait a minute. BGS, just brace yourself.
Statements. Each candidate will have 30 seconds.
It is my desire to be the next DNC chair, and I
Not
just want to
this
share a
again.
little bit. It's
Oh
something
my
that's
I
been
listening.
out here over the last couple of days. You fight on, you fight on, you fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, you fight on.
Oh my God.
Civil rights. Yeah, all the way back to civil rights. Okay. Why not?
You know what?
Why not?
She looks like nobody knows the struggle.
That's
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Yep.
That's old Jim Crow. Okay.
Yeah.
No, nothing gets suburban white voters like Negro spirituals, right?
No, they had to put the old in. Old Negro spirituals.
Yeah.
Old Negro spiritual.
wow.
Oh man.
Old man River ass niggas.
Speaking. I am speaking.
Yeah, this is just
Nobody wants to listen to you.
This is right here, just me being petty with the slow mo.
Is this what it's like to be high on mushrooms?
Yeah.
No, that's
beat you to it, old man.
No, this one, no, because if this was high on mushrooms, it'd be like,
like Richard Pryor.
There
Yeah.
is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention. There is a black woman at this
That's who they are.
podium, and
You ain't shit, AB. You ain't shit if I haven't told you that.
attention, like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
Good evening, Democrats. Look up here. 3 strong black women standing
Oh,
before
God,
you.
Lord.
3 black women who, rather than just grabbing a chair,
Is that a woman?
ran for chair.
She couldn't run for a chair if you paid her. If you paid her to physically run for a chair, she couldn't do it.
She's gonna run to the bathroom.
Freddie Blanco's daughter. Vote for me for vice chair.
Look at this room, y'all. Truly take it in.
All the threes taking over.
The Democratic
Well, she can barely run her mouth. Much barely run for anything else.
God damn, don't have a neck.
All the educated threes are coming out.
Boy, what? It's the party of the threes, man.
Yeah,
You know
educated.
what?
Instead of educated fours, these are educated threes, man. Run
You
for
know what,
office.
BGF, when she started singing, I just had to say, looking back, all of my years, I think I shed you some
I'm
tears.
surprised I didn't see Brittany the Hut up there.
Brittany the Hut.
Think I gotta let it go.
Brittany, hold on. Brittany, who's Brittany the Hut?
Brittany Cooper.
Oh, Cooper. Okay. No, well, she's got a job though. She got a gig.
Yeah.
Oh, good
You
for
got
her.
a kid.
Yeah, she's a professor. Yeah, Professor Crunk. Brittany
Yeah,
Cooper.
I mean, no. I'm not surprised at her having a PhD or
Oh,
something.
this is the one I wanted to play for
She
BGS right
needs
here.
it. I just want to know how she get a kid.
Ladies and gentlemen, look who's back.
No, she ain't. Does she have a kid? No.
Skinny. And she's here to prove to us that she could have fit in that small compact SUV by showing, car, excuse me, by showing that she can fit in the small SUV.
This is the big bag trying to sue Lyft.
Now here she is, snuggled in tightly.
No, I wanted to see the video because I want to see how long it took.
She's in there.
No, but just wait for it.
She's definitely in there. Into the small SUV.
Okay.
This is her. Okay. All right.
Oh.
But she's trying to prove to us that she can fit. Now, let me show you the problem here.
You can't close the door.
Do y'all not see?
No, look.
Oh, God.
Hell on
Lean.
the suspension.
Ooh, lean with it, rock with it, lean with it, rock with it.
Yeah, this is gangster lean, boy.
You know? And the
Diamond in
gangster
the back,
lean, gangster
sunroof
white
top.
boy, TV angels in the back.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Yeah. Diamond in the back, sunroof
Sunroof
top.
top.
You in that scene with a
Lean with a
gangster lean. You may not drive.
A great big. No.
What Vaughn is it?
If
William
You
DeVoe?
may not drive a great big dumb truck.
Yeah.
My struts are like, well, you nigga, are you crazy for strolling off?
Yeah, she just proved everybody's point. That's how I can even let you in this car.
Put a hatchback with hydraulics.
God damn.
And that's a truck, and that's not a truck, not a car. Okay.
This is my suspension. It's going down.
Yep. That's a small SUV, and that sucker's still leaning.
I bet you he broke the strut off that motherfucker.
They said, I'm going down. I'm going down.
Don't hit a pothole with her in the car, though.
In New York? Oh, no. That thing is coming off.
Snap that suspension. Snap it in half.
Oh my
Snap it in half.
God. Look at
He in
that.
Detroit, though.
Well, how tall is she? How much she weigh? First of all,
5
She's
foot.
4.
She 5'3" or 5'4", and she weighs what 500 pounds.
540.
Yeah.
540.
How do you fit that much? How much tonnage in that?
And guess what she says? She's trans slim.
All right, bro.
I'm serious. No, I shit you not.
Trans.
She said that. She did say that. No, I will shit you not. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Oh, AB speaking. Go ahead, AB.
And BGS
Well,
Whoever's
hold
that
on.
guy,
They mute up and you're
It's
gonna laugh. I
backwards.
got it.
OG
Yeah,
just can't help it.
he
Can't
can't
help
help
it.
it.
yeah,
Oh, and OG don't break like that, man. It has to be really funny for OG to break.
Oh my god, that bitch is trans slender.
Yeah, she
Oh,
said she Chan Slim. That's what she called herself. Go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead,
yeah.
AB.
In BGS's defense, though,
hmm
she dresses like she's like skinny,
Yeah.
and it's just
Yeah.
it's like every stereotype you hear about a big bag, she fits it. Almost
You,
every.
when she was on the Breakfast Club, she said she's trans slim. She says because in my head I'm not fat.
Oh boy.
Oh, the mind is a powerful thing. But BGS,
Wow.
Cocaine's another drug.
BGS,
Uh huh.
sir.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. I mean, I remember Chris Bass once said this about former governor of New Jersey.
Uh huh.
Basically, he would look at this little bit, this halfback, and say, "First of all, this woman, this sister right here, her butt and gun have been won since the first grade. That's how bad this woman is. Her butt and gut have been won since the first grade.
That ain't one.
She was damn near born a beach ball. So
Yeah,
BGS, you said a lot of wild stuff over the
Ooh,
years. I can't
that's a
believe
C-section
that.
right there. There's no way she could have been
I
an natural birth.
can't believe what.
I mean, I know she said it, but like for real, the fact
Yeah.
that she uttered that out of her own face.
Yes.
She's trans slender.
Yeah, she did.
Trans slim? Are you kidding me?
She did say that. She actually said, "In my head, I'm not fat."
But yet Lizzo is trying to lose weight now. Go figure.
Lizzo, because Lizzo wants to be attractive. Lizzo likes good-looking men.
Yeah.
And Lizzo doesn't want to pay, so Lizzo has to lose weight.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Black women like good-looking men. There's like black women like men like Charles, but they don't want to pay for men like Charles. Charles can tell you.
Oh, I'm expensive.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna tell you what, I had ugly bitches play for PlayStations. Okay, Jordan.
Oh, yeah, they were getting away cheap. Okay.
I didn't say that's all they paid.
Yeah, they paid for it, but they still got you at a discount.
Now I'm bougie.
Oh, that game free.
Oh man, you guys consider yourselves fortunate.
Black women hate to pay. Okay.
My dick and my advice is not free.
Yeah.
I need your advice, Charles. You paying for dinner?
Why you think big chicks when they get lonely they go shopping at the local jail?
Well, yeah. Hey, BGS, did you see
That's
the?
at the. Oh, go ahead.
Did you see the kerfuffle with Stephen A. Smith?
I heard it with him and what's his name? Yeah. Yeah. he had, Stephen A. was mad. Okay, he really was. He was mad.
Yeah,
he was upset.
They put Stephen A. Smith on the list for
Yeah, for president.
For
Yeah. He was joking. No, but basically, I mean, what I'm saying is he didn't do it himself. Okay, somebody said Stephen A. Should run for president. Okay.
Oh, he was
nominated. And basically the kerfuffle is Stephen A. came out and said, "Yeah, I'm at the top of the Democrats list because they suck."
Yeah. That's probably, and he's not far off. Okay.
No.
No.
So people got upset that they said that. It's like,
all right. Well, James Carville went in on him. So.
Yeah, he old cranky anyway.
Yeah. One person can talk more shit than Stephen A. Smith is James Carville.
Yeah. Okay. And to James Carville's credit, yes, but her blue. I'm giving James Carville's credit. He was right the first time. It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Again, who's paying attention?
I was surprised MOT showed up on the show though. It was actually respectful.
He was he was kosher, so yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So
now, that's one thing I can actually respect about you. You're not going to tell half truths. The person was acting a donkey's ass. You'll say it if they were respectful. You'll say it.
Yeah.
Nobody can say you a hater.
No. I mean, even the people I hate. Okay, if they come up on the panel and they're respectful, I'm not gonna go in on them. I don't. They know I don't like like Obsidian knows I don't like him. Okay, but if he comes up on the panel, okay, and you're respectful, you come on. Yeah.
I still can't.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna fuck with you, but yeah.
I still can't remember that one time when I asked him a question. That motherfucker shot the gun and deflected the bullet.
Oh yeah, we went on. Well, yeah, we were in on him.
What happened?
That was a classic. You might
It
have
was,
to.
yeah. I had to, basically, he was saying something about saying a word and then running over and deflecting it. In other words, deflecting the bullet. Okay. And so in other words, he would say something and go back and defend against it. I said, so we said basically, you fire 2 shots and like run Wonder Woman, you're gonna run in front or pass the bullet, run in front of it, and deflect both bullets. Okay. And we laughed for about half an hour, man. He had to drop off and leave.
Oh my god, I was getting ready for work listening to this shit. It was one of those classic ones, man, and it's funny because this is what I say, especially about the old school Colosseums.
Yeah.
One clip of that shit could be like a million views.
It could be. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh my god, like so many people. You got exposed if you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
You sure did. Oh yeah, you get put in a chair in a heartbeat. Okay.
Somebody, you get exposed quick, and you feel like a fucking phytoplankton when you get done.
It was one
Everybody
thing.
get down.
If basically, if you believed in something, by the time you finished the Coliseum, it was legit. It was solidified. Okay, you could go up against anybody.
Yeah, now, unfortunately, we had to play the hood rat congresswoman.
Oh,
Crockett. Excuse me, the one. Yeah, the wannabe.
And she's from Dallas too, man. I said, oh my! I tell you, they know Ratchet like a country ratchet, boy. She from Dallas too. So
And President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refund.
Bullshit.
Yes, bullshit. He did. Yeah.
If he didn't sign it, you wouldn't have got the check, dummy.
Yeah.
That people had during the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate.
That's not their power.
No. Actually, he had wanted it signed in what was it October before the election, and they turned it down. Okay.
Nancy Pelosi turned it down.
Turned it down.
But that's not even the interesting part. The interesting part is the stimulus check she's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans, she just misinformed people. The Republicans were still in charge of the Senate at the time when that first check went out. So
yeah.
Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only
bullshit.
reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't.
Translation: be afraid, be very afraid.
No, I hate people that are in Congress that sit up there and lie. Okay, you know exactly what COVID was and why it happened. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not.
See, this is the part where it really hits me home.
Mm-hmm.
You had a bunch of people who said it wasn't that serious. Why do you think a lot of motherfuckers were running and quit their jobs? Because they knew this shit was coming.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of fucking people who were getting money, getting fat off the hog off the federal government, hand over fist.
Yeah.
Who were the so-called, I'm pretty sure Dr. Dunbar and Nicole Ali, you put them in those positions, they will actually save lives because they know, and they have to know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
But that's some disingenuous shit she was saying.
I'm glad Nicole got, because of that work, actually got some grants.
Yeah.
How's she doing, by the way?
I haven't talked to her, but I got to email her and see what's up.
Yeah, especially with the baby and everything. That baby should be 4 by now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but she
and honestly, I don't know what 5,000. We are not in the business of giving out money, and honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Yeah,
Nani?
In this economy,
Who the fuck says I don't need $5,000 in this day and time?
nobody.
What the fuck? Like, right? Number one, you are the government. It is your job to give out grants and money. You moron.
And what she won't tell you is why he says he can give uh, uh, taxpayers back $5,000 is because he's found all this waste, fraud, and abuse that's been in the system, and he's willing to give back people the excess. That's what he's saying.
You know what $5,000 will do right now for Charles L. Faulkner Jr.? An extra $5,000 to get my security agency license in D.C. If it's 4 and under, it's $500. If it's 5 or more people, it's $1,000. That's $1,000. How many radios? Radios cost about a pack of 10 of good, decent radios, about $200. How much can I put towards a new truck? I could fix up the truck. At least give me another 2 stacks to get a decent truck to be mobile for my unit. And you're telling me with $5,000 at this day and age, and shout out to everybody, Prime, and shout out to Superfly Gamer. Don't forget to come over to AB's and give them a like too, if you're watching from mine as well. $5,000 in this day and age can bring people out of some desperate times. Okay, there are people who are on back rent right now. There are people on all kinds of despicable shit who are desperate. You should give more when you have excess of money. You should give back to your people. That's the reason why you're governor.
Because it's their money.
Yep.
Well, it looks to me like the Democrats are fighting. They're fighting Vietnam with World War II tactics. They got old tactics. They think shaming and identity politics in 2025. Like, I want to pay as little taxes as I can and get as much as I can out of the dollar because I need it. That's it. If you're not talking about that, who cares what you're talking about? And people don't care about no birthing persons and insemination persons. People don't care about that.
My thing is my thing, and this is what I say: fuck getting money back, right? Would reduce the cost of living and reduce the cost of inflation, right? In other words, fuck $5,000. Take $1,000 off my goddamn rent.
Yes.
Take $1,500.
Take $500 off my monthly food bill. Okay.
Let the average mortgage be about what? $1,000, $1,200 at best.
Which is probably going to be headed back that way is because of all the federal cuts and job cuts. Okay, price
will go up.
The price is going to go down because people can't afford the housing anymore. So big markets like DC, housing is going down. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of big markets where they have to sell the house at a discount because nobody can afford it.
Yeah.
And that's not including commercial real estate, which, good Lord, I don't know what the truth is about that, but it's not good. It is not good.
I'm going to tell you, it's like the prices in Baltimore and DC are astronomical. And I'm like, wait a minute. I used to live in this part of the city, and this was not that expensive. And now you're charging people all these taxes, rain tax. What the fuck you charging a rain tax for? You're not even putting that tax into school, like the casino money. It's supposed to be back into education and first responders. And now you're having a problem putting towards police and fire pensions. You're having a problem with education. Why your schools look like they're back in the fucking 80s?
Because the money's being siphoned off, and that's why. Do I like Musk? No, I don't like him. Okay, never did. Do I like Trump? No, I don't like him. Never did. But the thing is, what Doge is doing, okay, regardless of of the fallout, that there's gonna be fallout. People are gonna lose jobs, and Yahoo's gonna get loose a little bit, but. What's happening is they're digging up all that bullshit that needs to come out. Like Stacey Abrams alone, man, they found gold bars, man. With Stacey Abrams, they're hiding money. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, pull this up real quick, AB.
Oh man, what did I tell you, BTS? Trump and Elon are Genghis Khan. You must have committed great.
Hold on, my bad. Just a minute. I hit the wrong one.
Okay.
Why you do that, AB?
Shit happens.
Okay, this is landlords going into default. Florida rental market on the verge of collapse. We'll play like maybe a couple minutes of this, AB, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I sped it up just a little bit. Oh, hold on.
Houses pop up everywhere across Florida's housing market right now. This is a trend in 2025 that's going to cause home prices in Florida to drop and drop by a lot. In this video, I'm going to show you some of the houses that are sitting vacant that are now being listed for sale. And the first thing I actually want to start by talking about is what's going on with rents here in Florida. Because Redfin just released a new report talking about the cities in America with the biggest drop in rents, and a bunch of cities on Florida made the list. In particular, Tampa Metro came in at number 2. Rents in Tampa are down 8% year over year. The rents are dropping, folks. So we had the big surge in rents during the pandemic. They went up 30-40%. Now they're going down. They haven't erased the pandemic increase, but they're going down by enough to cause these investors big problems. And so these investors on homes like this, they're dealing with, in many cases, rising insurance costs. You know, the insurance bill on a home in this neighborhood, if you were to get flood insurance and homeowners insurance, is going to be $5,000 a year. The taxes might be $3,000 or $4,000 a year. You can only rent it for $1,500 a month. So the investors are just letting it sit vacant and they're selling. Other markets where the rents are dropping include Orlando, Sarasota, Naples is a big market where rents are going down. In Naples, rents are down by as much as 10% from their peak. But the other problem is interest rates, everyone. If you're a home buyer and investor, you're now contending with interest and mortgage rates that are staying higher for longer. The 30-year fixed mortgage right now is still over 7%, and it's likely going to stay at or above 7% with the inflationary pressures we're seeing in the economy right now. We just had a January 2025 inflation report from the BLS, which showed that we had 0.5% inflation in January 2025 on a month-over-month basis. That's almost 6% annualized inflation. So we're seeing these inflation readings start to get worse again. The disinflation is over. Maybe there's a reacceleration occurring, and that's causing the long-term bond yields for the U.S. government to stay higher, which is causing the mortgage rates to stay higher. So, you know, the Fed now is in a bit of a bind. They can't really cut rates anymore. The bond market's saying inflation is going to be a problem. And that means that the housing market is going to have some issues. But what's really interesting is a lot of the sellers here in the market in Florida still don't realize what's happening. On this house behind me, it's been on the market since October, so almost 5 months. And it's listed for $300,000. It's a 3-bed, 2-bath. Now you look at the pictures on the inside, you look at this house from the outside, and you got to say $300,000 is asking a lot, especially when this house was previously listed for $47,000 in 2016. Now, of course, that was after the last housing downturn here in Florida. In a zip code like this, prices went down as much as 50 to 60%. So the houses got really cheap. You could buy a house back then and your monthly payment would be about $400 a month. It was ridiculous how affordable Florida was 5 to 10 years ago. Now it's gotten really expensive. The trouble is, on a house like this for $300,000, there's no buyer in today's market at today's mortgage rates. Buyers cannot afford homes like this. So this seller, if they want to sell this house, they're going to have to do some dramatic price reductions. And the interesting thing about the housing market right now is that some sellers are understanding what's going on. Some sellers are cutting prices and listing at a good price. And those are the sellers who are still selling their homes. Meanwhile, other sellers are remaining stubborn and keeping their prices really elevated because they saw, their neighbor 2 years ago sell for a certain price, so they think that that's what it's worth today. And the real issue for landlords is the fact that they can't make money on their investments anymore. Because let's just do some simple math. If you go to a neighborhood like this, you can rent out a 2-bed, 2-bath house for around $1,600 a month, which is about $19,000 a year in gross rent. Now you got to assume some vacancy in there. The vacancy cost is going to be around 7%. Then you got to assume some maintenance costs, some utility costs, but really the property taxes and the insurance are really what's going to get you probably combined around $8,000 a year. Your net rental income on one of these properties, if you buy it as an investor, is only going to be around $9,000 a year. And that's before interest. That's before you pay your bank. If you pay your bank, you're probably going to be losing money on these rental properties. And that's a big problem for these real estate investors and why so many of them are selling right now. You can see here in Florida that the inventory of homes for sale is now up to almost 160,000 in January 2025. That's the highest level of supply and inventory that we've seen going back a decade. And when the supply gets that high, it's going to naturally mean that the prices have to come down. In this zip code here in Tarpon Springs, values are down 2.5% year over year. In some of these neighboring zip codes, data on Reventure app is showing that values are down as much as 5% year over year. But the trouble for these sellers who are remaining stubborn is that the fundamentals in the market keep getting worse. Redfin just came out with a new report that home buyer demand in 2025 was the lowest it's been for any month since the pandemic month of April 2020, when everything was locked down. So we have the lowest demand since then, and if you exclude that month, it's the lowest demand in 30 years in terms of buyer demand. That's a new Redfin report. At the same time, they're talking now about how supply and listings on the market is at the highest level in 5 years. And the title from the Redfin article was really funny. It was like supply surged in January, but there were very few buyers or no buyers came in. And it's interesting to me now how we're seeing more of the mainstream housing news outlets start to acknowledge this housing downturn. Like Redfin's reports are getting pretty pessimistic about the future of the market.
Y'all let me know when it's enough, okay? But you probably got a pretty good gist because he's repeating himself. Yeah.
Well, I think you've talked about this before. I mean, houses shouldn't be financial instruments. I understand a perspective why they might be used at some certain point, but honestly, they really shouldn't be allowing people to rent unless in specific situation. It really should be the more expensive option, because what happens is when you get a bunch of people renting, they aren't invested in the town that they're in, right? Because the most important kind of politics is your local politics. And if you're in an area where everyone's renting, then no one cares if the street's cleaned or anything, right? And so you need people to be bought into the area that they live in. And I think honestly, our country needs to be forcing people to at lower rates than the housing are now, but everyone really should be by default owning something in America.
Well, the thing is, and this is something I said in 2019, 2020 during the election, right? I said, okay, at some point when Biden was getting ready to get in office, you're going to have to choose between the people and the banks, okay? Because the banks were actually jacking up rates like this because they needed to make a profit, right? And he chose the banks, okay? Because you could easily have financed a larger supply of homes. Especially if you're going to move in 7 million immigrants over the next 4 years, so 7 million people. Okay, that's going to bring the housing stocks down even further. But the thing is, what you're finding out now is Trump doing two things. He's cutting jobs, also getting rid of people. So what's going to happen to housing? It's going to go down. Okay.
Yeah.
Demand's going to go down.
You got to meet.
Kind of speak on what
Go ahead.
somebody was saying about it should be ownership only. Thing about that is not everybody wants to rent, right? So if you stop people from renting, you also have to think about temporary employees, right? Like well, not even temporary employees, but let's say like some of your best renters are military people, right? You have to go from base to base. Those are some of your best renters. So like one of my uncles is a retired lieutenant colonel. You know, and move around from base to base. You don't want to have a mortgage because you can get transferred, you know, at any moment, really. Maybe within a few years, more like.
Well, I don't think the problem is.
I don't think what McDermott Bear is saying that there should be no renters, but saying is the focus should not be a high rental market. That's what he's saying.
But I wouldn't say the problem is a mortgage. I would say
one time.
Just a minute, fellas. I gotta acknowledge my super chats. Thank you, MS Delta guys. Thank you, Aqua Techie. Y'all hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. BGS tax in effect. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
Oh yeah. Today's February 23rd, right?
Yep.
Oh shit! That's my mother's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
How is Mom?
Yeah, my dad's is the 21st. My mom's the 23rd.
Two Aquarius, huh?
Yeah, two Aquariuses.
Oh boy.
I think they got divorced, and then it's my homegirl Danielle Davis. Her birthday is the same as my mom. So is my man Decador, who also coached wrestling with me.
How come Mom never got remarried?
Is she a black woman?
Yeah.
Enough, like Stan Lee.
Enough said.
Like Stan Lee used to say, "Enough said."
Okay.
Enough said.
I even told her that, but she asked me to do shit around the house. I was like, "Man, you need a man."
This is why I got a man. It's called you. I had one.
It's called my black ass gonna move to Alaska.
That's what you're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
No, and if I did move that far, she'd probably try to.
She'd follow you. Oh, baby, what's it like living in Alaska? And next thing you know, she got a bag. She said, "You here to visit? No, I'm here to live."
I was like, here, carry this with you. What's that? A sawed-off shotgun, polar bears.
Ah, damn.
Oh, I don't know about. I don't know. Especially now in certain times of year, times of year, that shit could jam on you, doesn't it?
No.
What
You don't know how
jam?
to clean it.
What jams on you? How do you clean a shotgun? Pull the trigger again.
There's no water. There's no water. It's oil.
Hey, hey, BGS, your thoughts on
First you need is a certain type of oil, a heavy duty oil, so it doesn't freeze.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, your thoughts on Cash Patel getting
I have to wait till he gets in because I don't know much about him.
Okay.
So, and most of the time you can't tell how they're going to govern until they get in anyway. No matter just like the what's his name that they didn't think he rocked with Trump until he got in. But guess remember, your president determines your policy. Okay, people you don't determine your individual policy.
No.
If you're gonna have a job for very long, yeah.
They might have ways of going about it, but they always going to defer to the wants and needs of the president.
Yep.
It's like Hegseth. There's a reason why he was sector, and there's a reason why they fired the guy who was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah, the black guy.
Yeah, because he was the number one. The reason why you have all these overly flamboyant people in the military was because of him. And he made a statement, well, there are too many white officers in the military. They're like, how many there's supposed to be? Like, if you're qualified for the job, you're qualified for the job.
Yeah.
But black man, black woman, white man, look, give me the best of the best. That's how the military should be ran. And you're
meritocracy.
Yes. Because this is the problem. The reason why I'm gonna tell you a little secret. You know why a lot of these people get these DEI police chiefs and commissioners? Because a lot of the testing for lieutenant and sergeant is about this. Majority of the testing is this. You take a multiple testing questionnaire or test for about 2 to 3 hours. After that, you take another test, which is the oral exam, where you go in front of the Sanhedrin of 3, and you say whatever talking points they want you to hit. Then they point you on if you hit these certain things. Then you make the list. If you're number 1, number 2, number 3, it's not merit based. There's people who's number 1 on the test never made a fucking quality arrest in their life.
Okay.
But they are put in positions to tell you how to do it, and if something major happens, your life's in their hands.
Yeah.
And the thing is, too, Charles, the Joint Chiefs of Staff is a political position.
It is.
And when you see all these, like especially general officers, like they go to college, they got to get their master's degrees and everything. And when they pick the Joint Chiefs of Staff, most likely that general is going to be in the same political
ideology
as the president. Just like when George Bush was president, he had General Pete Pace as his Joint Chief of Staff because he was an evangelical Christian.
Boom.
You got to remember, and also, the Joint Chief does not have a direct command. That's the reason why you have the General of the Army and the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the Admiral of the Navy, the Admiral of the Coast Guard, and all these other places because
Air Marshal, the Air Force.
Well, we don't have air marshals,
unfortunately.
Well, because we have a General of the Air Force. That's basically the same damn rank. So you don't have direct command, which basically you're the president's number 1 military. You're the highest ranking military officer, yes, in the free world, but you don't have direct command. That's kind of those checks and balances that people don't read up in American government and civics. And that's for a reason, because when you have direct command, that means you have the ear of the military more so than even the people you establish as the army, as the general of the army, for instance. And that's how a lot of, if you look historically, that's how a lot of coups came about. There's a lot of blanket layers to make sure you don't get that in America. So when you look at a guy like Hegseth, why was he picked? Because he's not a part of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
He has enough military experience, and he's a wartime vet to know how it feels to be careful to send people if necessary.
And he's not part of the DOD consensus, and plus
No, he's not part of that.
And plus he's a military realist, which is
enough.
Yeah,
kicking the chair, old man. You're kicking the chair. He's a realist.
Yeah. Because I'm a structural realist, so that's why they've been talking about this over the past 4 years.
Yeah, that's why when I did the live about him, I said, look at what he said when he was on Sean Ryan. He's like, first of all, let's be realistic about this. That's the first statement he made. Let's be realistic. And all those other generals were basically pipe cleaning all those politicians.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. They're protecting their political behinds. So.
Yeah. Him and shout out to him and JD Vance. They went over there to tell Europe, hold your own nuts, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, anybody that knew anything about Donald Trump knows that was going to be the case, and that is and everybody said that is people think that's JD Vance and Hegseth saying it. No, that's Donald Trump giving the order, and they're following it.
No, you got to understand. That's what a lot of people fail. They keep thinking Elon.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. There is no fucking way a guy with the mentality of Donald Trump is going to be a pacifist to a guy like Elon.
No.
If anything, he knows, everybody knows a person on the spectrum.
Yeah.
You have functional people on the spectrum. That's what Elon is.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing about the spectrum, they're very good at focusing at one thing at one time. That's why he's a brilliant businessman and inventor. But when it comes to multitasking, they suck.
And when it comes to, they're not. They can tell you Elon's not a people person.
He's not a people person.
Yeah.
Trump is
he's a people
person. He's
got to think about this. Think about what y'all talk about, right? Think about how stupid the people that saying this is. They're saying a tech nerd is controlling
the world.
A multi-billionaire real estate agent that did business with mob bosses. You can't do real estate in New York City without dealing with the mob. Does that make any sense?
They're repeating what the Democrats and black women are saying. Okay?
This is what
in other words, they go by feelings and propaganda and rumor. Okay, that's what women are good at. Okay, instead of fact.
I'll be back in a minute. Go ahead.
Anybody that knew Donald Trump, especially after he got shot, knew that this was coming.
When I saw it, the first person BGS contacted was me. And what did I tell you? You're looking at the next president of the United States, my nigga.
Yeah. I knew that, but the thing is, I wanted to know from somebody like you, okay? Because I know what your skill set is, right? Okay. How close? Because how close was that? And you said had he not turned his head, he wouldn't be here. Okay.
Let me put it to you this way: it was all the Abrahamic gods, all the Asian gods, all the Greek and African gods.
Yeah.
In that nigga head. Yes. At that moment, because
at that split second. Yeah.
Let me give you a quick example. My custom made 5.56 from that distance.
Yeah.
Which has 6 times multiplication.
Yeah.
It's a what's the word with the G? Gazelle, which is one of the best. Somebody got a little bit of problems, huh? But
he's got an outstanding warrant.
They're on the way. Yeah.
It's a gazelle. So 6 times multiplication, meaning 60 yards or 100 yards, I could see it very close.
Yeah.
If I could hit 300 yards clean iron sights,
Yes.
With a scope in my hand, 5.56. What the fuck? What the fuck could I do, Lewis?
Take the whole top of his head off.
Yeah. You can shoot the
Clean.
top of a dime.
If you would have put that rifle in my hand,
Yeah.
I could have hit not only him, but at least before they get to me, at least 3 to 4 of his fucking protecting squad.
Yeah.
Well, can I say something?
Go ahead.
If that lead would have hit on target, that would have been the end of America.
Yeah, it would have been terrible. I do agree with you on that one. It would have been, we would have split the country in half, if not thirds.
Possibly. You know what? You know what? And this is something my advisor told me, right? When Quebec was going to leave, right? Okay. At the end of the day, people are basically gutless. They're cowards. Okay. They would rather stay in comfort. Okay. No matter what they feel. Okay. The fear of the unknown is much worse. And people in America are way too comfortable to actually do that shit. So I doubt it would happen.
That's true too.
The enemy I know.
Yeah.
Better to deal with the devil you know than the enemy you don't.
And African countries go through the same thing. You're under a threat of military upset, and you will stay right there and keep that shit together because you're afraid of the unknown. Okay.
Yeah.
That's people.
It could get a whole lot worse. That's what they always think.
Yeah.
And it does have to get a whole lot worse before it gets better.
In other words, I'd rather face this that I know than face the unknown, and that's most people. That's why. So when they say the country will split, that's a bullshit.
And it's crazy because, one, that would have uncovered a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And two, once you knew he survived that shit,
it's over. Yeah.
It's over. He's gunning for you, motherfucker.
He's gunning for you, motherfucker. So that's something. Everybody's running for cover right now. Okay. That's how the military brass. They're getting unseated. Okay. They already got their plans ready. They knew they were leaving.
They got their contingency.
Could you imagine like a far left military group?
You had
a far left
Rainbow
military
flags.
You had one for the last 4 years.
They weren't far left. They're not far left. They're actually far right.
You know, they have like a rainbow battle flag in that mug.
The rainbow.
Have you been playing Helldivers 2?
Those kind of people don't fight. Okay.
Let me put it to you this way: they tried their damnedest to make it that way, but thank God we still had some people with some goddamn sense that actually put in the
You know what I would? I'd give them all one unit, and I put them to the grind. Okay, we gonna make you do everything that a regular soldier go. Take away all the comforts. Okay, you can have what you want. It wouldn't last very long. Okay.
And shout out to the ladies. I forget in World War II, the all black, the 688. This is the shit that black women never hang their hats on, which they should. The 6888 did shit that men couldn't do, white men couldn't do in 2 to 3 years. They did in 2 to 3 months.
What's that?
Was make sure those letters and all the communication was traveling smoothly.
Oh, okay.
And
sorting the hell out those letters.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And people don't remember that your morality, not your moral, the moral, and all that shit. Your communication,
your morale.
Your morale. Sorry, goddamn liquor kitten. Your morale and your communication is vital when you're fighting a war. So if communication can't flow freely, you're pretty much. You ever played a video game and it lags?
Yeah.
Especially if you're at a severe disadvantage. So shout out to them ladies, since people say we don't shout out black women, but no, we just shout out the honorable ones.
They want to be men, but thing is, make them be men. No.
Yeah, like what
speaking of shouting out ladies, shout out to Simone Biles. I heard she's pregnant for real this time.
Oh shit!
Okay, good. Yeah.
Shout out to Simone.
Athletes like her have problems having babies until they actually stop competing.
Yeah, she had to really.
Yeah. They don't have enough fat and estrogen to actually have kids. So.
Yeah, they suffer amenorrhea.
Yeah.
Also, BTS
shout out to Jonathan and Simone Owens.
Jonathan Owens.
Yeah.
I don't know who Simone Biles is.
BTS.
She would agree with you. Yeah, go ahead.
Think about this also, because even even an obstetrician would say, considering her size and everything, her height. So when that's small, having a child, it can be kind of detrimental.
Not really, man. We got to remember the average height, especially in Latin America, is like 4'11". So, women. Hold on. Women in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America have babies like that all the time. So it's not that
She's
big a deal.
average. She's average everywhere else in the world. We're just big ass Americans.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Without epidurals.
Actually, taller women have much more problems having babies than shorter women.
Especially the babies. That's a hell of a drop.
Yeah, if for whatever reason, tall women always have baby issues, whereas the shorter women, average size women, they spit them out.
Yeah, I've never heard of a shorty having an issue having a baby.
No. Yeah,
even though one of the reasons why is the distance. It's one of the difference because it's a longer distance. It may not seem that much, but for the distance, and also for a lot of those women because you're bigger.
Yeah,
you got to be very careful with the medications that a lot of women take for pain.
That epidural, especially.
Like I'm gonna tell you, when Peanut was coming out, he didn't feel any pain until she took the epidural. I'm like, motherfucker, you should have just done it natural. Shit. And as soon as she got the epidural, she's screaming like fucking Mahalia Jackson.
Shit. My mother, I don't know, my mother's like 5'5". I think when she had me, I was like 9 pounds and everything, but for her, it was like an easy pregnancy. Because it was like
you have your 6'3" ass.
My dad was 6'1".
Were you the first, or what number are you?
I'm the oldest.
Oh, okay.
And she had an easy pregnancy with me. So it was an easy pregnancy. So when she went to deliver me, it was like they said, within an hour of heading to the ER, that she just had me right then.
Okay.
Shout out to the 82 babies.
Yeah, 82. Hey, she had a 91 baby, same situation. He's like my size too. He's the youngest.
It's funny, BGS. Me and Name are about exactly 5 months apart.
5 months apart, 6 time zones. No, 7. Sorry, 7 time zones.
7 time zones. 6. I'm April 1st. He's September 1st.
Yeah. My birthday, like my father a lot of people are asking, how come your name isn't something patriotic? Because September the 1st is a very important day in our history. That's when we started the Army in 61. So they were like, your name should have been Owitz, which is our way of saying Victor. I was like, you got to take over my father because when he chose my name, it was an honor to a friend of his who he lost in that war. And again,
well, that's patriotic enough, nigga.
I know you know what, Charles? I know too many women and men of my generation, especially those who were born in exile or in the diaspora, who were given like certain names, and immediately when I know that name, I'm like, oh, I know what kind of parents you had. You know,
and it's sad because you probably could say it, and I know I definitely could say it. There's some parts of my father I didn't understand until 2 things. I came from war, and I became a father. And I'll tell BGS to get what I'm saying. Ronnie Law's Every Generation hits differently when I came back from war. It hits fucking different. I love the song still, but it hits different. And the hook of it is that every generation of us lie, and it's true. And whatever complaints BGS might have against millennials, think of what we're going to have against Gen Z and Alpha.
They already have.
I mean, that's why it's called the generation gap. That's why when I hear an old man gripe about the old folks, I say, welcome to the other side. He said, what other side?
But these young dudes, man, I was calling BGS, these young dudes are savage. I wish I could find that video. I wish I had clipped it, but this young dude asked this chick on a date, and she's on her phone complaining like, "You won't pay for my date," and he just sitting there eating this steak like, but this steak is still good. I'm like,
I don't care about social embarrassment at all. So,
he was in his soft guy era, wasn't he? All that was left with Sir Henry.
No, this is indifference. Okay,
even better.
Hold your own ovaries.
Yeah. All these chicks on there complaining like, how come these chicks on there complaining? How come guys don't come up to me anymore? I'm like, I was like, well, y'all rigged the game. What you think was going to happen?
You spent 10 years not smiling and say you don't want to be approached. So
yeah.
Well, there's that, and there's also guys understand that a woman will approach the guy she wants to talk to. So
Yep.
it's not a secret anymore. You want to talk to me? Come talk to me. If not,
unless she's black.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this,
Mm.
OG. Shout out. I know people may feel a certain about Angry Man, you know.
You
But
talking about Red Supreme?
Talking about me.
Fuck it. We're gonna be fuck it, BGS. We're open. I'm talking about you, nigga.
I know.
But
I'll say it.
What about Red Supreme?
I respect you both for it because y'all don't put no caps on it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing about it, and he said this when I was on the stream with him. When I told these ladies, okay, why don't you smile more? And he even picked up. All you ladies wanted to take my head off, but you still didn't answer Officer Faulkner's question. Why don't you smile more? Think about it. I had last Saturday, the reason why I wasn't on the show is because a friend of mine, hey Big Head, came over. And one of my godsons,
Candygram from Mongo.
Yep.
One of my godsons was there, that sitting in the living room with me and her. Of course, he smokes his herbal remedies. If you get my drift.
Mm-hmm.
And he noticed. He says, "You're the only motherfucker to never have sex with a woman, and she'll clean your whole fucking kitchen and house." I said, "That's the."
Oh
that's
my gosh! I found it. I did save it. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Okay. Well, let Charles finish.
I said that's the difference between what I tell niggas. I don't talk about it, I live it. And when she said the only reason we're not together is because of your schedule, and I hit it with the coldest fucking line to her ever. I said, well, baby, things of value are going to be hard to reach, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
People make time for what they want.
Yeah.
And she started crying.
Yeah.
And guess what I did? I took a few more puffs of my cigar, and that fucking that VSOP cognac never tasted better.
Yeah, I know that's bullshit because we've seen women follow guys halfway across the country if they really want them that bad. So that's bullshit.
And don't pay for my
halfway
food.
around the world.
Really? You put the phone out?
Yeah, I put my phone out.
This steak is so good. That's
I
cool.
told
If you invite somebody, don't y'all expect them to pay for your food? You
Baby,
invited me here.
Don't you expect it? Like, I don't pay for women if I can't touch them.
Ooh.
So, like, y'all think because you pretty, I'm supposed to give you some cash and my money.
The point of the day is to get to know each other.
We didn't know each other. I'm going to eat, pay for your food, pay for my food, right?
That wasn't part of the point. When you invited me on a date, I expected you to pay. I don't have any money, and I told you that. And you still gonna sit here and eat in front of me?
Why would you go on a date and not bring any money? I don't care if they invited you.
That's a good rule. Bring money.
Homeboy smashing that plate.
I know. That's what I said.
He not just
Wait, did he
eating.
pre-cut? Was that pre-cut for?
Why would you come to a date with no money?
I thought you was gonna pay. You invited me. I didn't make plans. You made the plans. You made the plans. You should have the money.
No, you said we should go out to eat. That's okay. Cool.
No.
We're going out to eat.
No. But who slid in who DMs?
Doesn't matter.
You wanted me. Am I wrong? Am I right or am I
No,
wrong?
I'm just tired of these bros trying to use. I'm saying these bros trying to use their money.
But you put me in
Rewind that shit.
Savage.
Rewind that shit. Let him live in his glory.
Let him cook. Let
Am
him
I
cook.
right or am I
No, I'm
wrong?
just tired of these bros trying to use. I'm saying these bros trying to use their money. Thinking they
But you put me in the same category as them.
I'm not paying category anyway. You need to. I don't know.
He said, I don't know.
I thought you was playing at first, but you're really not gonna buy me no food. And you're really not gonna take me home. You want me to sit here and stare at you while you eat?
I'm saying we having dinner.
No, you having dinner. I'm sitting here looking stupid.
Oh, whose fault is that?
Nobody can catch up with some money.
No, you. That's why I'm here with you. You ain't got no money?
You coming over tonight?
If you don't have no money, you shouldn't be going on dates.
Are you coming over tonight?
If you don't have any money.
According to him, this date is transactional.
Yes.
I feel like if somebody invites you out, they should be prepared to pay. Just like if a woman invites you out, I think she should be prepared to pay, even though the man will be like, I got the check. Just always be prepared, especially on the first date.
No, pause that shit.
Prepared,
If you pay for my food, I'm sitting on my fucking hands. I got exes and girls I never screwed invite me out for food. I didn't
Mhm.
say they're the only ones paying. Guess what? Here's my shit. If I don't get to play after the end of the night, then you don't get to eat the beginning of it.
Well,
So
he said that.
Yep.
I can't
guess
touch
what?
you.
I
Then
like to.
yeah.
I don't know about you niggas. I wish this nigga face wasn't blurred out,
You
but
had to
I
do
would
that.
like to vote.
You don't want to get doxxed.
I would like to vote. Shit, he should be a hero. I am voting for him for Black Manosphere Hall of Fame member, 2025.
Yeah.
Manosphere Hall of Fame member.
Yeah, 'cause that was
Hold your own ovaries, bitch.
Offensive rookie of the year.
She just embarrassed herself. She thought that people were actually going to take her side, and they
Yeah.
didn't.
No,
Because
it's
it's
the
work
fact
though.
of the matter. You selling wolf tickets to a goddamn nigga who leads
Yeah.
the pack.
Yeah. But we on a date. What am I going to do? Get up and leave. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if he's not going to pay for your food, that's what you wanted. It's not a date to you. Get up and leave.
Hey,
That's why they have
OG.
Uber.
Hey,
Go
OG.
ahead.
Ask me what Charles Faulkner did to a disrespectful woman when I invited her on a date.
What you do?
Where's OG? Is he still there?
I think
Oh,
he's.
little
I
OG
think.
or big OG? He
Well,
just
She talk about
OG
the
in
OG and name.
oh, hey
Password,
man,
OG.
my OG
hey man,
in age.
I
No,
mean,
he calls me old nigga. If he said old nigga, then it been me. Okay.
No, he's old nigga. He's
I don't
old
know
nigga. He knows his name, old
Hey,
nigga.
hey, you know what people call me old nigga and think that bothers me.
Well, if you're on a tactical team, there's a term of endearment we call the old guy on the team.
Pop.
Yeah.
We call the old man.
Old man, yeah.
Old man.
Old
Why?
dog.
Richard.
Because you always fear the old man in profession with a good die young. That's why we call the old man, because
Richard Price say you don't get to be old being no fool.
No, you did not.
No, you
Sure.
didn't.
because
Okay.
even in Colorado, the dudes didn't know how old I was because black don't crack. Unless we get crack. And they were like, dude, you can still go at 40 plus. I said, let me put it to you this way. The difference is at 20, I used to fight you toe to toe. Now I'm gonna just cut you in the gullet and just walk off. But
You know
this
I'm
is
the
what
sweet
Charles
talk.
Faulkner did to a disrespectful chick.
Mm-hmm.
I walked off and let her with the bill.
I mean, but it's not that big. But that's not a big deal. I mean, in
Say it again.
2025, that's not a big deal no more. Like that's a big deal in like 1985. Like
No, that was
like
a big
No,
deal.
oh yeah.
or
It's still a big deal.
1995. But like
The last-
these chicks are bragging about they got money and they they balling and flying across the world. Okay, well you can pay for a state. You'll be all right.
And you know what's the funny part about it is?
And he called her broke too.
The funniest part about that shit was the bitch still fucked me the next day because I taught her a lesson. And the fucked up part about it was this. You keep on trying to think that these young men are held by are held by the same standards and critique. That's the reason why the movie Man of Steel was important. Why was Superman special? Because he was not burdened by the genetic and the social confines of Krypton. He was the man who could do who had the potential to be anything, to do anything. So when you don't hold young men to the same fucking standards, and they say, wait a minute, I don't have to be my father. I could be something newer and better.
You know why? Because what does he say? Because you ain't my mama.
Yep.
So
Well,
and
I
so
have a
they
question.
did it.
I have a
Go ahead.
question for the panel. How much do you think like the manosphere has like permeated the culture? Like
It basically has gone all the way down to the elementary school level now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how far down it's gone.
Old nigga, ask me the question.
Oh.
I mean, think about it. It's gone global. You're seeing it in media. You're seeing musicians talk about it. So it's deep, man. It's deep.
Yeah,
Everybody.
that's what it's supposed to. It's supposed to penetrate the culture.
Yeah.
Because when they say the manosphere, the black manosphere is dead, it's because it's not entertaining like it used to be. It was never supposed to be entertaining.
No.
Okay.
We never were. What's funny, I just looked at MOT. He just had a live that talked about it. Believe it or not, MOT actually agrees with us.
Yeah.
And the crazy and to answer your question, OG, and to Obi-Wan Kenobi, old nigga Kenobi as I call him. This is how permeating the Black Manosphere is. I'm at a pool with my boy Brett, who's my second in command from my security firm. We had a young 23-year-old who heard me talking to Brett. Didn't even know him from a can of paint. Did you know this motherfucker recognized my voice from listening to this space?
How about that?
Think about it. It's like, wait a minute. I recognize that voice. He was like, your name Charles, right?
Oh boy.
So of course the Baltimorean in me start balling my fist up like, yeah. He couldn't see it because I'm in the water.
Okay.
He's like, give me on YouTube, right? You know a guy named BGS?
you mean VHS?
I was like, no, his name's Betamax.
Okay, that hurt.
They still crack. This cracks me up. I said, remember what you and VHS talked about? So cracking up. It doesn't matter what you call me.
And it's funny because this is the two times that people recognize who we are just by voice alone.
Yeah.
And they listened. He was like, dude, I'm such a big fan of yours and BGS and all them guys. Y'all talk some real shit. I was like, oh, thank you. He's like, that security thing, I got the money right now to teach me. Then we got to go back to what my ex called him VHS.
Man, every time I think about that, my bust a gut every time. That's hilarious. You know what? I might change my avatar to that one time. Put a tape VHS.
Yes, sir. With the glasses on it. You got to put the color glasses on
it. You got to put a beard on it. Put a gray beard on it.
Oh no tape. Oh man, that's rich.
And how much it permeated that we talked about something 3 to 5 years prior to when he was in college talking about.
Yeah.
And she passed it with an A+ because she picked my fucking brain and she said, my God. She said everything y'all said, my law professor, and she said she actually VHS him, boy. You ain't shit passport.
Say what? Say what? Whatever. VHS what?
VHS it, boy. You ain't shit, old passport.
Come on, you stole my joke. That's crazy. I don't like that.
That is hilarious, though. VHS.
You gotta realize how much it permeated that she had me talk to her college professor, and the college professor said, sir, what's your degree in?
Yeah.
I said, with all due respect, ma'am, can I talk to you about Baltimoreanisms?
Yeah.
She said, yes, you can. I said, shorty, I didn't even finish college. She's like, wow. And y'all talk about politics?
Yep.
Talk about everything from comic books to politics. We talk about literature. We talk about some of my best. And this is just me, and I'm not bragging on me. Some of my best shows were just me talking about law enforcement tactics that a lot of y'all don't even know. BG asked me to talk about this.
I did, yeah, because you're an expert. You know, just like Mookie. When I have an expert, like Salchi, I ask Salchi questions so he can actually give you an expert opinion about stuff.
Yeah, you know? So that's why I get insulted when people try to be like BGS is grandstanding. No, BGS is humble. And when BGS asked me about the shooting with the 16-year-old girl,
yeah, I did.
BGS shut the fuck up.
Yes.
And I'm surprised because I'm like, you are the master teacher, even though you never called yourself that. And I mean, when I broke it down into simplistic detail, everybody got mad because they're emotional. No, I said he should be getting a medal and a hero, and that motherfucker should never have to qualify for firearms again because 6 shots and they all hit their target with the victim that close. That's amazing.
It's amazing. Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
it's the point where we permeate. We
Well, how about
permeate so well that we're becoming the secret's out. We're common knowledge. We're damn near common knowledge. The vernacular. Nobody ever said the word strag before Grinch said it.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said the word simp before this space let it out.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, we're not only just in academia, we're in common man language.
Just like about DEI, man. Basically, the academics were telling me that it was for white women way before they start talking about it. So that's where I
Well,
got it from.
there was a dude. There was a dude in Dr. Tiason's chat today.
Yeah.
He said he quoted his book in his master's dissertation.
Yeah.
How imagine that someone writing a master's thesis and quoting a basically a Black Manosphere book.
I mean, Tommy Curry. That's why sometimes I get on Dr. Curry, right? Okay, so motherfucker, your book didn't sell till it hit the Manosphere. Okay, we made the Manosphere made your book worldwide famous. Okay.
Let's talk about books.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Grinch's book when it hit the Manosphere.
Oh, the Ratchet's Rules, yeah.
The Ratchet's Rules, yeah.
Look how pivotal that fucking shit was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Monahan report wasn't really talked about very much until I put it out in the Black Manosphere, right? And all of a sudden, now they're debating it. They're still debating it. You know, people still women still get upset about the Monahan report and the work we did on it.
There's shit that we talked about in this space years ago
Mm-hmm.
that was so pivotal that we're damn near predicting law and politics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because look at the changes going around. You have to swing the pendulum. What happened? Like we predicted what would happen. What did I tell you about the military?
Yeah.
11 years ago. Why should you go in now? Because you got the right fucking Secretary of Defense in there who's going to send you to every fucking school that you want to go because we don't have enough qualified motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Am I lying, Lewis? To get into those positions.
And Hexas is more about taking the money out of these specialized weapons and putting it into people.
Yeah, because guess what? The weapon's only as good as the motherfucker behind it.
And a lot of the expensive weapon systems that you're making that cost billions of dollars are not effective against modern warfare anymore.
Well, think about it, right?
Yeah, it's going to take people. Go ahead.
Think about it, right?
Yeah.
We learned 2 things from Iraq and Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Given the ideology and the will, the right person at the right weapon system can do damage.
We learned that big time. Hell, the one thing that really changed the minds of the military, especially United States military, is them going up against the Houthis. Okay.
Yeah.
The Houthis are a backwater, small country going against the most powerful military on the planet, toe to toe. Okay, for a year.
You talking about Black Hawk?
Black Hawk.
Yeah. By the way,
right now.
Hold on, wait a minute. By the way, BGS.
What's that? What's going on?
Before I get started, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Mm-hmm.
The BGS was right taxes in effect. Hold on, wait a minute. Case in point.
Okay.
Before you swipe away, I just wanted you to know I was the Ukraine correspondent and also the Russia correspondent for Politico in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So I do know what you're talking about. I just want to make a short video about Trump and Putin, about Trump now dissing, denouncing, insulting Zelensky, praising Putin, saying that Russia is not responsible for the war. It was Ukraine that started the war. And of course, the media has gone crazy. And a lot of my friends are like freaking out. Oh my God, America is going to be Putinized. Russia's and America are going to get together. It's dangerous. Trump is going to be like Putin. So I just want to set the record straight because I was in Ukraine and in Russia. The first thing is, yes, it is true. Ukraine did start the war. The genesis of the war was very simple. There was a coup in 2014. There was first a revolution, protest. Then the U.S. organized a coup. Everyone's talked about it now. RFK Jr., Jeffrey Sachs. And when the new government was created, they wanted democracy. They wanted to go with Europe, which is fine. But there were people who supported the former president and in the East, especially the Donbass, and they didn't agree with this coup. They didn't want to go with Europe. They wanted to stay with Russia. They wanted to speak Russian. They wanted to pray in their churches. They wanted to respect Lenin. And those people were immediately called traitors and separatists. And Ukraine attacked the Donbass. They were trying to have, you can say, their January 6th moment. Like, hey, we don't support this coup. They kind of did their own little revolution. They were attacked. And even though there were many peace accords, Ukraine kept attacking them for the next 10 years. And meanwhile, when Zelensky, even though he was elected to bring peace and implement the Minsk Accords, which should have solved the war and brought the Donbas back into Ukraine, under American pressure, I believe, people say far right. I think it was Victoria Nuland. It was the Americans who wanted war, who wanted to weaken Russia. He reneged on peace and he started banning all the Russian opposition parties and the Russian church, which was the majority church in Ukraine, and the media, Russian language. Basically, he created an atmosphere where anybody who wanted, to speak Russian, which is half the population of Ukraine, or wanted closer relations with Russia, was deemed a traitor or was the victim of misinformation or disinformation from the Kremlin. So all those narratives that started in Ukraine in 2015, 2014, 2016 were later used in the US, weaponized against the Republicans, against MAGA, all the deplatforming, the attacks on Trump, everything started in Ukraine. So it's understandable. And the Americans were pushing this all along because they wanted regime change in Russia. They wanted a pliant dictator in Russia, not Putin. And then when the war started, as you know, there was a peace agreement in March and the Ukrainians signed off, but then Boris Johnson flew in and nixed it. Basically, the Americans, at least Biden, wanted Putin's head on a platter. And so they kept pushing this war. And Zelensky was just a loyal satrap of the American empire. He did what he had to. He got rich, I'm sure, very corrupt. But he just kept feeding Ukrainians into the meat grinder, knowing there's no chance of winning this war because he was getting rich. And so Trump is right. Putin would have done peace. He's happy to do peace now. He'd have made peace a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, as long as Ukraine didn't join NATO. So that's the reality. And I think Trump is right. And I think the media has been wrong. It has been feeding us a fake war that should never have happened. America has suffered. Europe has suffered. Our credibility has suffered. And the other thing I think is just that Americans and Russians are much more compatible than Americans and Ukrainians. We know Chekhov. We know the Nutcracker Suite. And MAGA and Putin are aligned. They're both anti-woke. They're white Christians. They want traditional families. They're against all this trans and gay pride parade. So it's kind of a perfect fit, and they're very large countries. So I think Trump should go ahead with embracing Putin, and I think the media needs to write more about Zelensky being a dictator and how the way they treated these poor Russian speakers in the Donbass with complete disregard for their rights and just shelling them and trying to force them to capitulate was a war crime. And that needs to be talked about more. So I think he's doing the right thing. And we're actually moving to a society where America is not just creating revolutions and there's not silly wars for no reason. So when media freak out, your liberal friends freak out, watch this video again and please subscribe. Thank you. Before you swipe away.
By the way, send me that video, please. Email it to me. And by the way, two of the first people who said this shit years ago, I have to shout out Sandog, who's an Army captain.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, his unit was part of the Buffalo Soldiers. They still call him that to this day, as a tank commander. We talked about this in one of my live streams, and we went even more in depth offline because you know how that gets, BGS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you talk about real shit, they will cut you off at the kneecap.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
And cigar smoking too.
A lot of cigar smoking. At least on my half. He's Muslim, so I don't know if they do it. Maybe
he don't drink either.
Maybe hookah smoking, but
T-shirt.
not cigar. But
They call it teacher.
But here's the point that we made.
Send it to you too, BGS.
Okay.
Here's the point. Here's the point that
actually, it goes further than that, but yeah, he, for that part, yeah.
Here's the point that we made. First and foremost, when you look at the Eastern European countries, even wrestling against them, you notice a certain demeanor about Russians and Eastern Europeans. They're tough ass people. They don't respect weak speech and weak politics, especially when you made the agreement not to have NATO on their fucking doorstep.
Yep.
So as a head of state, you got to protect your interests and your people. And people may say, well, Charles, that's fucked up. No. I can respect the man protecting his people and his country's interests. Why? Because first and foremost, if me and AB Media had two different countries and we're neck to neck to each other, and I said, I want peace above all. The only thing I don't want is NATO on my doorstep. I don't want military bases pointing missiles at my people. Could you respect that, AB?
Yep.
I will give you all the peace. We will give you all the trade. We will let you get into the Black Sea. Please, for God's sakes, don't let the enemy be at my fucking doorstep.
But
But
will
as
you
soon as
provide
they
security guarantees on the as what in exchange?
exactly, we will give you technology and security. But as soon as you renege on that deal, what do I have all right to do?
Regime change?
I have all right to put foot knee deep in your ass.
Yeah. Basically, he tried to do it the peaceful way by, like he knew that showing up with Kiev with that amount of men wasn't going to do anything. But the thing is, it showed enough to say I'm serious about what I'm getting ready to do.
Exactly, because remember,
and they sat there for 30 days. They didn't attack. They sat there for 30 days.
He launched a thermobaric bomb in an open field.
Yeah, as a
just
demonstration.
to show you the devastation.
Yeah.
I gave you enough time to let your women and children leave.
Yes, he did.
And everything I'm saying is factually correct, right?
Yes.
So if I really want to fuck you up and end this war quickly, I will starve your people.
He could start off by making a Kiev a crater, a smoking crater hole.
Parking lot.
Yeah, because guess what? When we went into Iraq, did we allow people to evacuate? No, we did not.
Man, we bombed. We put. Let me put it to you this way: they did a measurement. There are parts of Iraq when it came to elevation. Parts of Iraq after we got done bombing, the average level that it was 2 to 3 feet lower than what it was before the war.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, wait a minute, BJ. Can you read that for me, please?
I said 5G's a good thing or not? Asking intellectuals how they feel about it altogether. Okay, without 5G, okay, a lot of your whatchamacallit, a lot of your automation cannot work, like self-driving
No, I
car.
think he's talking about the money. Sorry, daughter.
5Gs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is, it's attractive. It's more like a political statement to people to get people behind what he's doing, and where he's going to get is the money is from the savings from the fraud. In other words, what he's saying is that okay, if we dig up all this money and this misspent money and bring it all back, the taxpayers should get a refund. So it's a refund. Yeah. So 5G. Yeah. So basically, it's a refund of the money that you already paid out. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize that this money is actually
your money.
A lot of these contracts is still available. Because right now the city of New York is actually suing them for the $59 million that Musk talked about for the hotel. So they're trying to sue to get that money back.
They're trying to sue Musk to get. They're trying to sue Musk to get the money back, or Musk is suing them.
The government.
No,
Musk already took it. They took it out the.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, basically, he warned them, man. He warned them. When I get in, all that stuff is getting cut off. So if you want to keep your migrants, you're going to have to pay for them. So.
Exactly.
I'm gonna just say this.
And Eric Adams agrees with him. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Adams agrees with him. The city controller put out a tweet saying he basically had to force Eric Adams' hands to agree to the lawsuit.
Okay.
Now, how you gonna put your boss out there like that?
Because your boss already put his dick on the table, so he can't.
Because one thing you do, who would you rather piss off? The comptroller of your city or the president of the United States?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Who would you rather piss off?
The comptroller,
We'll
of course.
take the
I'm just saying
comptroller for 500, Alex.
One time. Go ahead.
Yeah, my point is how is the comptroller gonna kind of put his boss on blast, basically?
Your comptroller's job is your accountant is supposed to put his balls on the table.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they call him a comptroller. He's supposed to have an independent voice. Otherwise, he's not a good comptroller.
His job is to keep up with the money.
Is keep up with the money. If you ever, most people don't follow local politics like that, but all your comptrollers have an independent voice. Okay, they will. If they disagree with the mayor or whoever else about the money, they will actually speak up. They always do.
Yeah.
That's not unusual.
Excuse me, Charles.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Charles. Like when you brought up the Houthis in Yemen, you have to consider something about the Houthis, and this is something both the UAE and Saudi Arabia had to learn the hard way. Northern Yemen, that whole region, northern Yemen, as well as southwestern Saudi Arabia, that entire region is rugged mountain. It's like the Central Highlands of Eritrea and Ethiopia. Hell, when the Saudis wanted to learn about how to combat that area, they actually sent troops into Eritrea for training for that type of environment and shit. But even then, they realized, you can't fuck with these guys because these motherfuckers are saying, we don't care, we'll fuck everybody up.
But
Hell,
you got to remember this, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest mistake Italy made twice?
Invading Ethiopia.
Guess what you're gonna do? And Ethiopia was warring at that time. Oh yeah, shout out to my little cousin.
I mean, FARC fought the Colombian military for 30 fucking years. Okay. Ooh, good. What is that? Ouch. Yeah. What's that?
Well, shout out to my little cousin because I think he has the same birthday as either my mother or my father. So
okay, cool.
And I'm gonna say this, right? You got to think about it. The hardest wars to fight is on somebody else's turf. Home field
Black
advantage
Hawk down,
is
anybody?
One at a time.
Home field advantage is a motherfucker. It would both because the first war was won by Milenek II. Trust me.
Milenek II, March 2nd. In fact, it'll be this coming Sunday. They're going to be celebrating it. It's going to be
like
an
about
Ottawa
what?
battle.
And how many years ago was that? Over 100?
March 2nd, 1896.
Yes.
However, Charles, I have to give you a little pushback on that one. You got to go back about 9 years before that. January 26, 1887, the Battle of Dogali off the coast of the port, just a few clicks away from the port city of Massawa. Ethiopian Eritrean forces had to make a stand there when the Italians had set up shop in the port city of Massawa because they did not want them at the foot of the eastern escarpment. They didn't want them, getting access to the highlands.
Yeah. And then Europe doesn't have enough people. Okay. Okay, you need people to occupy. Okay, and without the consent of the rebels on the ground, you're not going to take over.
Another example, Charles, is think about this. Think of the Caucasus. I'm not just talking about in the recent decades. I'm also talking about the Caucasus in the 1850s when Russia was forcibly trying to annex it. It took them several decades. It took them a decade or so just to control that entire area.
Yeah, they had to kill them all off.
How rugged, also having to deal with the people there, how fierce they were, because that region is hard to administer because of how rugged it is. Especially Dagestan, Chechnya, Ingushetia, that region is particularly.
And with the rugged terrain, what type of people do you usually get?
Hard ass people.
Dagestan.
Dagestani. By the way, Dagestanis are ethnically diverse, by the way, folks.
It's the same thing when people talk about Baltimoreans, but people forget historically. Your ass be talking with a British accent if it wasn't for that. You got hard ass Americans. Yeah, shit. When you see me out there in the water, I'm less than like a half a mile. I'm not even a half a mile. I'm a quarter of a mile away from there where I smoke my cigars on the water. So when you look at that rugged individualism and that rugged terrain, the best soldiers usually come from where? The hardest environments.
The roughest, toughest.
That's why the running joke when I went to basic, when my drill sergeant asked, he's like, Faulkner, when he saw me climb a rope with just arms, and it was a 20-foot rope. You remember that shit, Lewis?
That's not fair, Charles. They know you're Russell. You got some ridiculous arms.
Hold on, just a minute. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
You better
thank you, Link, for the $5.
And it's funny when I climbed the rope, and he's like, "You didn't even use legs; you just used straight arms and shoulders." He's like, "Where the fuck are you from, Faulkner? Baltimore." He's like, "No wonder you running from the fucking cops. You need to do life change." But it's the mentality, and plus knowing how to use terrain and being willing to fight. That's why when people said you're crazy for volunteering to go to those building raids, I said it beats being a sitting target in a fucking guard booth. I said, hey, you know it's gonna be dangerous, nigga. Don't sell me a good time. And that's the thing about when you look at this traditionally from a war. People look at me weird. I said if a guy like Sandog and myself were president, with Putin, we would actually get along because we have a very similar mentality. Oh, killers know killers by the eyes. Is that right, folks?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, anybody remember how many
That's
people
facts.
got taken out?
Hey, look at JD Vance's eyes, okay?
Oh, me and JD Vance would get some hooch.
And he would tell some stories. Yeah, he would tell some stories. You know, he's a soldier. You know he drinks. Yeah.
No, he's a Marine.
Yeah, Marines are soldiers. Okay.
No, actually, I'm
Once a
thinking
Marine, always
Charles
a
would
Marine.
be more likely
I'm
to
very
drink
respectful to the Marine Corps. They would call
I think
us
Charles would more likely have a cigar and a drink with Hegseth, actually.
Well,
Maybe
I
have a
would do
talk.
that too.
If you're a troop, you drink, okay? Especially
You
if you
drink
get in.
and you smoke.
That's
And you
facts.
smoke. Yeah.
And we're gonna sit down and guess what? Let me get into the same room. Shout out to what's our boy up there? MS Delta.
Yeah.
MS Delta. Next time you go to another engagement, I want MS Delta to hit my email. Let me know the engagement that you go to the next political engagement in DC. I'm gonna have the business cards ready. You're gonna help Black Lion Security become the next Blackwater without the controversy.
I mean, we have spooks that sit behind doors, so yeah.
And
Sit by doors. Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this real quick, AB, and I'm gonna give you the floor, Master of Ceremonies. One of the saddest things in this manosphere space that upsets me the most is that we have such a diverse network. This is true diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
This space is the truth because you have people from a master electricians, PhDs to soldiers, police, firefighters, whatever.
Doctors.
People who make doctors. You have people from.
We got 3 or 4 people that actually work for the UN. So that's how
we
far
have
up it
people
goes.
from across the pond. We have people who live in multiple. Jesse, who got addresses, who got different holes and area codes. But this is where I criticize the Black Manosphere. Utilize your fucking network.
Yeah.
But that's up to you. That's up to y'all, man. I mean, you guys. They do unofficially. Okay, I hear about it all the time. Okay.
Yeah, because hopefully Jesse could come to Blur with us. I would love this. I would love to sit down with Jesse. Jesse, as soon as he come up
that
there.
reminds me. Yeah, sorry, that reminds me, Charles. You remember Timothy?
Hold on, neighbor.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. If y'all want to start another thing, but later. But
okay. It's that time. All right.
I normally don't do this, but I'll do it for the folks. Hey, I'm starting another stream. We're gonna do the after party of the Colosseum. So I better see you motherfuckers supporting. So I'm gonna start that shit now.
All right, folks. We out.
Yes, sir.
Peace out.
Right,
hey, you get 39%. I'll give you that, MS Delta. Shout out to your donation.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors. All right, I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm going to bed. Peace.
Woo!
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
At the party.